We did it. We beat Heavensward. We made it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beginning of the Stormblood run. I should do an announcement about this, just for fun. Let's do that. I was thinking about doing that for Heavensward. By the time it really occurred to me, it was already too late. Hello, Ross. Hello, Tim. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just gotta chill for a minute. Just gotta chillin'. Where have I done that, Tim? Because no, some means summoner. Sam means samurai. And gun is gunbreaker. No, I'm not changing my mind on that. Oh. Well, summoner is now SUM forever. So saith the law. Alright. Now that I've rewritten reality, I need to stop doing that so often. Yeah, I was gonna say, I haven't even mentioned Samurai yet, because Samurai hasn't come out yet. Oh man, that's awful, Tim. It tracks, though. You're absolutely right. It does track. I hate to say this. Heavensward side quests were worse than ARRs. Like, ARRs weren't good, but Heavenswards were awful. And consistently awful. Like, I was trying to play it up while I was doing it on camera, but I was in, like, I was just, I felt like someone was scraping sharp nails down my back while I was doing those quests. It was terrible. And I'm not exaggerating. It was just like, wow. So that's why when I mentioned earlier that so far the Stormblood quests have been a wash, I mean that as a compliment. I do think they've actually gotten better in terms of quest design. There's even a thing, I'll show it off, but like when it comes to the layout, I talk about overworld and quest design and quest spreading. It's even better. It's still not good, but like you get the quests up here in the upper left, and then it's like you get they go out to this area, and they go back and turn in, but one of them goes over here, and you go over here and do that one, and then that tank's up here, and these ones go here, but come here. And there's a little bit of a blossom design, not much, and there's still not real flow to it, but there's at least obviously some thought put into which quests are where, unlike in Heavensward, where it was just go wherever with no thought put into it whatsoever. So again, getting better. Anyways, I don't want to be a monk. Hate monk. Monk is the worst class ever. But yes, I'm totally going to be a monk at the start here. Before we get started, I do want to say two things. First, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you and shout-outs to Mr. Red, Frieza 2000, The Little Billy, Raximus, Zero Hunter, Catabo, Primarch the Mage, Fife Nuhu, Chaotic Danny, Monk Moddington, Sakage, Maverick, Atheru, Jesse's Mask, Bragwin, Sneaky Biggs, Epic 1K, or Ep 1K, you know what I mean, Ryan Kukiro, Loke the Night Reaper, Insana, Ben Smack, Trafin, GGBHTG, Zedslayer, Razulia, Liliachi, Fuzzy Duck, Nami, Arik Verindi, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins, Migraine Man, Daedalus 59, Cientista 73, Korgoth 88, Lore Reloaded, Random Bystander here, Walker 02, and the person who put this game on the books, Scion of the Emperor, and the majority shareholder, which, as usual, is Emperor Valerian. Thank you very much. All of you. I am quite happy and quite grateful to be at the point where we are finally covering FF14, and including Stormblood. I know for a while there, while we were still funding the expansion separately, Stormblood was lagging behind so hard. I was like, all right, everyone, you need to, we need Stormblood funded. What? Why? Listen. And thank you, Colin Peluso. I'll put that towards SpongeBob name too long. Thank you, Colin Peluso. So, Stormblood. Let's actually talk about this one a little bit. I've got this nice little thing up here to the side, just as a bit of a fresh reminder, and I will be saying this audibly as well. Our overall process and procedure, this is actually true for all of our runs. This is nothing new. But this is, we tend to have a spoil up to the point we're at policy when it comes to runs. Lots of people come onto these streams to watch these games or perceive these games for the first time. And for the sake of courtesy and decency, I ask that we keep ourselves quiet with regards to spoilers in the future. I myself hint at things, shrug. I can only call myself out on that one. But in my defense, I've also kind of done a lot of due diligence on how I hint what and why. So, if, for example, someone with an obviously evil glowing sign over his head shows up, of course I'm going to make fun of it because there's an obviously evil glowing sign over his head. I don't feel like that's spoiling. That's just me poking. That being said, and Rax is quite correct, I have not finished this game. I have not finished Shadow, and I have not even touched End. So, for the sake of myself as well, I would appreciate it if people keep nice and quiet. So, with all that aside, let's watch the intro, shall we? In a minute. Apparently, this is taking longer than I thought. Come on. You can do it. There we go. I know I have at least one mod on. Another mod might be there. Stormblood. I remember not liking this trailer, by the way, but we'll talk about it as we go here. As I say, yeah, I talked about this on Lorewig. I wasn't very positive about it there either. Look at how high res our textures are now. Sorry. Man, his reach is huge. Look at that. Oh, Dancer's in the game, finally! It looks awesome, but it's not good, in my opinion. I mean, you could tell that even from previous trailers, their overall fidelity and the quality, the core quality of the actual visuals and the choreography has definitely jumped up quite a bit. Yeah, I was going to say, to explain myself a little bit, what I look for in these kind of cinematics is significance. Anybody who's seen me analyze trailers knows what I'm talking about. In fact, this is one of the first big complaints I leveled at Square Enix years and years ago, and I use it as an example, and I have used it as an example ever since. I always point to that damn racing scene in Final Fantasy XIII. I've actually shown that racing scene in FF13 to someone who has no idea what FF13 is, and I've also shown them the cavalry moment, non-spoilery, in FF9. And every single person has said that the FF9 trailer is better, despite being so demonstrably worse in terms of graphics fidelity and quality. FF14 mostly bypasses this problem, thankfully. But Square in general has a very, very big issue with the fact that they tend to have flashy, meaningless stuff. They like to show off big, flashy, extremely high fidelity, extremely high quality visuals that are empty noise, empty calories. And yeah, they're also very bipolar, too. Because there are really good trailers. And again, Kingdom Hearts is actually a fantastic example of some truly excellent storytelling in the trailers. Significance and presentation. Symbolism and thematic core. This is cool, but that's it. I am looking forward to playing Samurai again. I kind of haven't been. Is it weird that I can kind of make out what I'm looking at in Kugane? So there's the Stormblood theme. We'll be hearing a lot of it. It's okay, it's a good theme. You can tell it's Lisa's expansion because she's front and center on the icon there. Now, that being said, I really don't like this song. Now, I'm not trying to say that to be negative. I want you to understand a mentality. I've said so many times I quit this game for years during Stormblood. And it really wasn't one big thing. It was dozens of little things. And every little paper cut just drove me down. You know what I mean? Just dragged me down. And I know it's so pathetic, but this title screen was one of those little paper cuts. It was just, ugh. I mean, he had the skeleton of one blade to roll, but I really didn't presume he was one. So. Monk, of course. There it is. Make sure we got everything set up, which we do. Yeah, menu themes are legit. Like, I always hate to bring up WoW, but WoW's menu themes have bounced back and forth between being yes and okay. In fact, here's a funny fact for you. BFA has a better menu theme than Legion does. How's that for funny? Anyways, I did see it, Lolimloss. Sorry, you kind of jumped up in the middle of a cutscene, so I didn't want to interrupt it there. Everyone has such wonderful timing. But I am putting it towards the Dragon Age block. Thank you for watching my show, Lolimloss. Oh yeah, Cataclysm's menu theme was awesome. Wrath's was awesome. Pandaria's wasn't good. Wow, that's weird. Think about that for a second. But no, okay, so Stormblood, bang, yeah, let's do it. So, I've mentioned several times how I was primarily an astrologian for group stuff, but a paladin for solo stuff. All of that kind of started to go away a little bit. Or I'm saying that wrong. I basically abandoned paladin after Heavensward. I was like, alright, you know what, I'm sick of this class. It's still not fun, and it wouldn't be fun in Stormblood either. So I finally gave up on paladin and said, screw it. And this is when I officially changed over to another class. Now, we won't be playing it right now. But this is when I started maining Red Mage. And I was pretty fond of Red Mage, and that was my solo class. Still had a couple issues on some of the solo encounters in Stormblood. There's a couple of mean ones. But we'll be wrecking them! Which FF14 title is my favorite? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't like Endwalkers. I can say that right now. I'd have to think about that. Yeah, I was torn between Heavensward and Shadow, I think.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
Who's that woman on the left?
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
What?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
Wait, Tataro needs to get you a new outfit
As
first.
for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
I guess. I mean, I was gonna go do the O fights early, but... By the way, we really start to use this animation even more from this point on.
It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I honestly think they started noticing and just started leaning into the gag, so to speak.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
New quest sound. That actually caught me for just a second, because I haven't heard that in a while. Alright. Good on, Lys. Oh, it's finally happening. Don't tell anyone, but feeling a bit nervous. Yeah, me too. I should probably mention something. This is going to sound very strange, but did you know this is the expansion I most wanted to review? It should be obvious why, but in case I have to say that, remember that I really didn't think of this expansion fondly, but I am cognizant enough of the fact that there was a whole lot of stuff unrelated to the game itself, which was really pushing me to a negativity point, and was lowering my opinion of Stormblood. And in fact, actually, let me double check a date here really quick. I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, but I should have checked this earlier, because, you know, duh. Pretty sure check if we talked about this before. Meanwhile, Jesse's Mask is donating. As is their wont. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Yeah, this came out during Legion. Now, again, that's not really fair, but I do want you to remember that with all the crap that was going on, and all the little paper cuts of Stormblood, and then you add on the fact that my choice was to continue playing Stormblood, or play the best WoW expansion ever made, you could see why I just finally walked away from it and said, screw it. Just dropped FF14 entirely for a couple of years. So, yeah, I'm excited and nervous, and looking forward to going back through it with a more analytical and clear eye, and actually reviewing this sucker and really seeing how it actually is. Thank you, Jesse's Mask, very much, as always. Oh, wait, that was Mask, right? Yep, okay. I will put that towards Gravity Falls. You got it. Yeah. I know, right, Fife? It's like, whoosh. Well, let me put it to you this way, Andre. What's your favorite FF14 expansion? Because it's easy to explain. That's true, Tim. I absolutely have been. Shadowbringers. Alright, so do me a favor. Imagine that while Shadowbringers is coming out, Made Up MMO has just put out a new expansion which, thanks to a variable number of figures, is just disappointing. And it's just kind of not catching you, and it's not that fun, and it's constantly irritating you. While Shadowbringers is out. And that might get you a little bit more of a personal insight into what was going on in my mind at that point in time. Thank you, Ross. As always. And yeah, by the way, the funny thing here is BFA. Which, by the way, that actually did happen to me. I streamed BFA, obviously, but then I just kind of put BFA down for a while to play Shadow. So, anywho. Prodigy. Okay, I can do that.
Ready, my friend?
That'll be interesting. We'll lock it in for Season 1 for now. How's that sound?
Well then. Tataru, I leave the Rising Stones in your capable hands.
Oh, One Zombie was
Don't
awesome.
worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
And yeah, the Zandalari lore was legit. So you were looking at Endwalker patch content, Jesse's Mask. We will
has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
We will be covering Endwalker launch content as of this run, Jesse's Mask.
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan Resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
You know what? Negative to story. This scene sucks.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Alpha knows a good point. Plus to story.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master. To our home.
Okay, all joking. I'm just joking because I'm nervous and in a weird mode. But I am going to jot down a potential negative for Stormblood right now. Actually, 2. And I do want everyone to be following with me on this. Pacing and sequencing. Now, to refresh that, pacing is the tempo of how a story is told, right? Highs, lows, beats, pauses, breathers, you get the idea. And sequencing is the connecting tissue between plot points. And you already see why I'm jotting these down in the negative possible territory. Now, I could be completely wrong about that, and this is, of course, just off of vague memories, but I do want everyone to be watching this stuff with me. Because I have memories of both the sequencing and the pacing being just kind of like downshifting on the highway as you're going through. So, if you would feel free to watch with me, I would appreciate it.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. That all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate, together. Just you wait.
Will we get Caro, please give her a new outfit. I know you're going to. Please.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna jot down in the positive area, Gosetsu. I shouldn't have to explain that one. And Yugiri. That's that. Both of those are very likely to be positives. Not sure what I'll think of Hein, or Heen, or however you say his name this time around. 1,000 malms apart, yet united in purpose. Let's pray both our endeavors meet with success, shall we? Wait, wait! Yes, yes! We must get her new clothes. Do it! Get her out of that ARR crap! Yeah, Yugiri's been awesome since ARR, if you're paying attention. Okay, it's honestly a little more skin than I'm comfortable with, but that's actually pretty legit. Like, I like the overcoat look. Okay, I don't like the boots, but I like the overcoat look. Although, did you notice she has a belt for a... I don't know what to call that. Like, it's for her collar. In fact, she also has a belt for her shoulder and a belt for her other shoulder. Oh my god! Nomura! Nomura, get out of here. Get out of here. Go. Go. I'll talk about it when we get there, Blade Torval. I just really didn't like Hien, and never have. We'll see. It is still a better outfit. Better outfit. I'm going to be 100% honest. I thought this was her new outfit. You know, the one we just saw in the trailer. But alas. Where am I? Oh, right. Okay. Whoop. Well, as usual, I will try to clarify when we get there, Blade Torval. I'm honestly talking way in advance. I probably shouldn't. I am prepared to be wrong about Hien. I am. Like I said, there was a lot of stuff coloring my opinion the last time I went through this, and I am cognizant enough to recognize that. I'll let you down, Papalimo. I promise. Papalimo had to know it would only be temporary. If Grandfather couldn't contain Bahamut with the power of 1,000 prayers, what chance did his disciples stand with a broken staff? Was it always his plan to sacrifice his life to complete the ritual? To bring forth the arbiter of his vengeance, but not remain to see the aftermath? Well, hi, Darth Medoro. Though it not be apparent to the naked eye, the ether here is in turmoil. Not since the Calamity has this land been subjected to the forces of magnitude unleashed by Shinryu and Omega. I would be shocked if this score is worse than ARR. I really would. All our President accounted for. When you're ready, pray inform the officer we wish to proceed into Girabania. I should probably also mention, I've never done any of the quests, the class quests, from this point onward, except for Red Mage, Gunbreaker, which is obviously next expansion, and Dancer, which is next expansion. And Astrologian. So I guess that's 4. But my point is, that's a lot of class quests I've never touched. So we'll see what we think of those, too. Okay. God, scared me there, game. Ba ba dum ba 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 da ba ba dum ba. No, who's on Twitter, Darth Medora?
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us.
Oh yeah, guess who our narrator is for this expansion? Why, Darth Medoro?
Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other.
I forgot they do to get showcasing of it. But yeah, there's Baelsar's wall. Again. Ignore the giant hole.
And the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Yep. See where Omega's been. I do too. So, I'm going to be honest, most of FF14 up until now hasn't had something. In fact, I have given no positives for it. For what I call visual continuity. This is something that's actually pretty important to me from a design perspective. Stormblood might be the first time we start to see visual continuity pluses. Because zones actually blur into each other, and you can kind of see where you've been and where you're going in relation to it, right? As opposed to, like, okay, I'm sorry, but for the longest time, I have a pretty good geographical sense, but for the longest time, the initial 3 city-state zones didn't connect for me in my mind at all. Like, it made no sense. And even if you zoom in a little bit, and you're like, okay, so there's this, and then this leads, you know, over here, and then we've got this, which leads up here, and it's just, huh? But we're going to start doing a lot better job with that for on. Hey, everyone, what's going on? I guess there's nothing really here. Oh, I got to go talk to Roban. Okay, yeah, I could do that. I could do that. Why is there a line in front of Roban? Why is the line going all the way back to the zone line? Okay, how many of you were here for that? I should have prepped a picture for this. Let's see if I can find one really quick here. Let's see if I can find one. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Oh, it's not here? Where is it then? Or when is it? I guess it's maybe a better time to question that. Ah, well. See, if it's not obvious by my statements, I actually wasn't there for that, so I didn't experience that personally. If you remember, I was in Heavensward when Stormblood came out, so I was a bit behind. Oh, I should mention one other thing, that they started to do, if you're paying attention, in the Heavensward patch content, they're going to start really leaning into this pretty much from now on. You notice how we have 5 separate people we could talk to as optional dialogue before we go do the quest? Now, they've done this since ARR, but they lean into it so much more from this point onward. So we're going to have a whole lot more opportunities to talk to all the NPCs, and I will hopefully remember to do so each time. So this is East End. Not different, sure, bleh, not too different from the rest of the Shroud, is it? Although, truth be told, I'm not sure why I thought it would be. To see the colors of so many nations, Limsa, Laminsa, Gridania, Ul'dah, Ishgard, that brings a tear to my eye. We have much to be proud of. So anyways, this is going to sound like a weird one. How many of you have played Final Fantasy IV DS/Steam version? So Valvedrix is wrong, but other than that obvious oversight, specifically the 3D version. But the reason I bring that up is the 3D version added something that, frankly, I'm going to implement if I ever implement an RPG. It was a brilliant storytelling tool. You could open up the menu, and whoever your main character was at that point in time, you would hear their thoughts. You would get a thought bubble for what's going through their mind at that point in time. Now, this isn't quite as good as that, but it serves the exact same purpose. It's a little bit of optional extra lore, characterization, backstory, hints, plot relevance, etc. in the NPCs that are fully optional to go talk to while you're going through it. And yeah, Lunar Core was so good. Like, as you descended through the final dungeon, and you could just swap through them and hear all this stuff. It's great stuff. And yeah, Persona 5 actually does a similar thing. It's a great concept. So, our very, very first plus to story is actually for this, because I know with certainty they're going to be using this extensively and properly henceforth. That might blossom into more. I'll put a question mark there for that one. I also need to mention the echo over here. Question. There we go. So anyway. The General's in high spirits, don't you think? I know the feeling. The Alliance has done well to repurpose these Imperial facilities for their own use so quickly. Quite an atmosphere here, isn't there? Everyone seems to be on pins and needles, though I can hardly blame them given recent events. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. One last thing. I apologize. I meant to mention this earlier. I mentioned I'm nervous, but excited to review Stormblood. And I mentioned all the reasons that I wanted to review Stormblood. But I forgot one. One of the questions I have gotten most frequently over the last 11 years of doing this job is, what do you prefer, lore? Story or gameplay? And the answer has always been both. In fact, to me, the ideal would be a game that has an exactly equal amount of gameplay and story quality to it. However, there's a little bit of a caveat to that, and if I'm being honest, I've only really started to notice this in myself over the last 11 years. A good game with a mediocre or bad story is almost always going to be less irritating for me than a good story in a bad or irritating game. If I have to just through irritation or frustration to enjoy a good story, that's going to be worse for me, personally, than a game which has great gameplay, and I'm like, yeah, and it's smooth, and it's fun, and it's awesome, and I'm just, oh god, it's just such a relief to play such a good game while I'm pushing through the bad story. And if I have to explain why I'm mentioning that with regards to Stormblood, well, let's just remember that in addition to the various excellent dungeons and things they've put in this one, they've also, I'm pretty sure, this is when they really started to patch in quality of life stuff, where they really started to fix up a lot of the old mechanisms that we've actually mentioned a few times, and a lot of the old menu problems, and a lot of the old just irritations that existed in this game. They would continue to do this into Shadow, and I believe they did this in End as well. But yeah, there's a lot of overhaul in Stormblood. And so the game became substantially more enjoyable for me to play. And yeah, bad story can't be ignored. Gameplay is constant, exactly right. So I just wanted to mention that, because that's the final reason I'm looking forward to this. Alright. What do you got for us, Raban? On behalf of the Orzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear your forces secure the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between scouts and patrols. We've had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall wasn't enough, Ilbert summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald is not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilbert's to make, and now we are bound by it for weal or woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. we would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done. We won't let you down. Ha! Of all the cash in the world, you walk into mine. Hi, Sid. What's up? Well, a certain missing Olagon weapon and Draconic Primal, Omega and Shinryu, I think the Shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying the Trail of Destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like the Omega fell to Earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating, we have engaged the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. Yep, I'll see you in your side quests. All the more reason we should seek out the Resistance. If we want to press into Girardbania, we need their blessing. And I will give credits to the plot idea of, we want your permission to liberate your lands. I'm not going to mention any real-life parallels there. That's just common freaking sense. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to the one with the most influence. The headquarters are located in a place called Rhalgr's Reach. Okay. Bunch of crashed Imperial ships, don't mind those. Notice how, I'm sorry, the visual designer in me just already notices that the zone design is better than it has been in the previous two expansions. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is when they detached themselves from the PS3, right? At the risk of upsetting the the cartographic fraternity, I can't help observing that East End depends entirely on one's perspective. I mean, people don't even think of it as Gridania anymore, do they? They call it East End because it marks the end of the Black Shroud, note the sparser vegetation. It's so quiet, almost as though the Imperials haven't been here in some time. On your guard, the Imperials know these lands better than we do. Still with me? Good. We'll head northeast towards the river. The water's still not too deep, and we won't have to swim. This is a really minor thing, but even the way they're doing shadows is better. I know that doesn't look better, but if you've been paying attention, especially during the cutscenes, when it really zooms in, you could see how the shadows just were kind of really, really blotchy and much more stuttery than that. And just, oh. And so even something as simple as the shadows are being done better in this zone. And yeah, the trees, much higher. Whoop. In fact, I can just do this. Let's look at that brickwork. It's still not super high quality, but you'll notice how this is noticeably higher quality brickwork than what we've been seeing so far. And of course, we've got this stuff. Here's another one for you. So one of the things you may or may not have noticed is there's this weird... Man, I don't know what to call it. Give me a second. What's a perfect zone to show that off in? Let's just see if this tracks. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I want to show this off. I've been seeing it the whole game, but the way they do the ground has changed. Let me see if I can find a really good example. Alright, that's perfect right there. Do you see that? So you see how it's just kind of this random pseudo, just... I don't know what to call it. Yeah, it's very bumpy. And this has been true the whole game, by the way. Every ground texture has had this thing. It's not actually bumpy. You can tell if we pull it down here, it's just straight. And they do some things with it. You can kind of see how it's kind of expanding there as I move that. But yeah, the bumpy texture there, which just looks like that, just looks awful. And it's been the whole game has done this attempt at trying to make it look like a 3D mesh. Well, we're finally away from all that crap. Oh. They do this in the snow areas, too. It's the same damn thing. It's just this weird bumpiness. I know it's dark here, but you can tell immediately that they're not doing it anymore. I mean, just immediately just looking at the ground. You can tell what I mean, where they got away from that. Look at it. Look at it! It's okay, as long as it's, you know... See, what's a really good-looking PS2 game? God of War 2. Anyway, sorry, but I wanted to just kind of get across how, even immediately, just the first step in, we're seeing multiple improvements in visual design, in aesthetics, in textures, all sorts of stuff. It is just such a visual improvement moving into Stormblood from Heavensward. I noticed this mostly this morning, and it was really just shocking to me going straight from Stormblood back to Heavensward. Just like, oh, jeez. Ishtal is right. We need to cross before the Imperials spot us. We should not linger in the open. At a glance, it seems shallow. See, brother? Nothing to worry about, though no one will blame me for donning your buoyancy aids, just in case. It's probably more... Well, I'm probably leaning towards that, yeah. I'm not sure if I'm going to give a gameplay positive. But one way or another, the visuals are so much better in this one than in everything before. So I'm probably going to jot down visual storytelling in the story axis and brickwork in the gameplay one. And we'll just leave those there for right now. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. Brickwork! It's all bricks. You want to go at the tower to the south. That's a dungeon. I mean... Actually, I don't think we do that, do we? No, I'm thinking of the other one. That is part of Castellum Villadina. Villadina? That's where the Imperials decide to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely moms away. Oh, they never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, let's keep going. I say, I'm pretty sure we go in there, but I might be thinking of a solo instance. So I don't see a dungeon icon. Lots of ruined, just stuff like this. Just battle sites. Just kind of left rotting. And we've got a lot of debris. Now, I could be wrong about this. Yeah, they actually start using doodads. I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure parts of this are just remnants of some of the many, many, many battles that have happened in this region. But some of it, like this sector over here, are a result of the very recent battle between Omega and Shinryu. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this is an airship that they knocked down simply by virtue of it being here. Because, yeah. Oh yeah, just to complain about this one last time. So, I enter Stormblood, and I'm obviously way higher than level 60. And I'm like, oh, cool, I get to go to Rogler's Reach immediately, instead of waiting forever to get to Idleshire. I can go buy my token gear right now! Are we there yet? So the Reach lies beyond, but I don't see a path. Least did well. It's reassuring. And we didn't run afoul of even a single patrol. What a pleasant surprise, in that there were no surprises. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Rogler's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there's some sort of trick to this? Indeed, it's a glamour. Good eye, Stoller. Please stop burning your life to do that. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or maybe an artificer trained in modification of glamour prisms. Something like that. The important thing is we fool the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Totaro told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way and don't go reaching for your weapons. But I'm playing a monk right now. Don't reach for your weapons. So you saw this in the cinematic.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach. A holy place, and a fitting home for the resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo.
Probably because...
Waiting for us there. Men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
I think it's called Stormblood because it's supposed to be a war expansion. I didn't actually mean to talk to him. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure we'd cross the barrier. We see you for you are now, though, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Hey, I can talk to people. Ordinarily, I'd shudder at the thought of armed rebels trampling about in an ancient temple of immense historical importance, but Rhalgr is the Breaker of Worlds, so it seems appropriate. Fascinating, a massive, nigh imperceptible glamour encompassing the entire valley. I see now that the settlement was able to escape the watchful eyes of Imperial ships. Or how it was able to. Pleasure to see you again, and Kryal and Y'shtola, without whose help I wouldn't be standing here today, at least not soon. It's good to see Nago moving up again. Up and moving again. I wasn't there when she headed home, so I assume she'd left too soon. Always overdoing it, that one. This temple was once home to the Fist of Rhalgr, as I recall. Yep, you remember that? Because we've done 2 quest arcs for the monks about them so far. Hard to feel at ease with that giant statue looking down at you. Yeah, I'm with you. Can we just punch that statue down? You can't punch a statue down. Watch me. You really came. I never thought I'd see you here, but I'm glad. I'm so glad. I can't wait to turn you over to the Imperials. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, huh? Come with me. Look, I can punch him out, okay? I got this. Check it out, it's a town we can mount in. Best town ever. It's okay, hang on, real quick, I'm just gonna go buy some Tombstone stuff. Actually, I'm curious if they're gonna be there in the New Game Plus mode. I actually am curious. Nope, just straight up not there. Yep, this is exactly what waited for me when I came here. I was like, and I assumed I was in the wrong spot. Yeah. Take care, Bragman.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Rhalgr's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Ah, don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger, it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir. To see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that.
Explain. Oh.
So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones.
No.
My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
It's a gun injector. Yeah, I have no idea, Blade Travel. Thank you, Doom Rider, really quick. I have already put that towards White Knight Chronicles 2. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course, Master Camp. Take all the time you require.
Yeah, it looks like a syringe thing. It's strange, but anyways. Let's each do our best, huh? Make a delivery! Right, I have that unlocked. We'll need to call the other senior members to get paperwork and make a decision. So the Gordanians are finally willing to fight, huh? I can't imagine they would refuse, but if they did... So they would have us wait. Very well. Papalimo and I weren't entirely honest with you, though we were sheltered in Little Alamigo at first. We actually spent most of our time here, working with Conrad and his people. But you probably guessed that the moment I led you to the Reach, didn't you? Not as though we have to stand around here indefinitely, do we? Ah, no, that's fine, it's fine. So, it would seem we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Ah, forgive me, you're free to look out around Roblo's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstance. Thank you, Master Camp. I believe we'll do just that. Let's make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Let's do our city tour quest, shall we? Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like. Oh god, you're right, it is, Valvedrix. Now, what we really need in FF14 is the, what do they call it? The Mega thing? Hyper mode, whatever it is that medics can do. I don't remember what it's called. Uber, that's it, the Uber charge. I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over the spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun, like Nago. There's some Beastmen, Beastwomen, I guess. They're Ananta. God, I actually don't remember how to say that. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different than Garleans to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but Most people don't know they exist. That's enough. Let's look at the statue, shall we? See, I was going to say the closest gameplay equivalent to Ubercharge is Limit Break, actually. The party Limit Break. So hang on, I got to show off something real quick. Remember how we keep seeing Naga, which are an login chimera creature? Well, if you think Naga, you probably think some kind of, snake person. There we go. Well, something kind of like that, for example. It's really dark. Jesus Christ. Or that. There we go. A little bit more light. But no, these are the Ananta, not the Naga. Different things. Yeah, they're basically one of the variants of Yuan Ti. I forget which. It's like 5 Yuan Ti species. I don't know. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? Breaker of worlds, who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell the story on stormy nights, as she wanted me to understand, to remember. The end of the 5th astral era, when waters rose higher and higher, the people of Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to the mountains of Girabania. Those who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. The last part was inscribed on the stone by a monk of the Fist of Rhalgr. Ida explained it to me. A day will come when bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us. But if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that's led us to this point, will see us through to the end. Sorry, bit melodramatic. Let's keep moving, shall we? To the infirmary. My favorite stop in any city. Oh my god, Ross. I bet they don't hear. They don't even have the ugly burger here. This is the infirmary. As you can probably tell, here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend the sick. No matter how carefully we planned operations, casualties were inevitable. It's sad to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. Anyways, I've said all I can say about the Griffin, and honestly, I'd rather never talk about him ever again, if that's okay. Screw him. The biggest insult I could ever give him is to never think about him again. So, what I'm going to think about instead is this person in a maid's outfit over here. This is the warrior of... Warrioress? Warrior, I don't know. Personal life. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This is an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Rhalgr was still here. Looks like that. May look different, but it works the same as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next, but don't forget to attune before we go. Oh yeah, I also hit 90 on White Mage last night. Woo, go me. Armor, arms, potions, you name it. These folks have got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without the brave merchants who keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or if you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alphino and Alizar are there. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Yeah, sure. Come to take measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. There's a bold law, not much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, aye, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finished discussing your proposal. Oh, okay. I've sent someone to fetch Ishtola and Kryl, so if you'll follow me. Why are they closed, Rax? It's like the middle of the day. Hi, Evo. This critique will be the one where they finally strike you down. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you're afternoon-ish, noon-ish, whatever. An hour before me, I think, at this point. Yeah.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus.
We've decided to tell you all to go suck a dick. No,
I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance.
Okay, real quick. You know that song that irritated me so much, I actually gave it a negative for its overuse? This is the better version of that song. They use it in the exact same way. It's almost always used in the exact same type of scene, but it's a much better song for the same approach.
But the resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Talk music design for just a second, and audio design in general. Let's talk about the three big reasons why I prefer this song. Reason 3 is the least relevant. I like the song better. Now, it is overused. It is still overused for these scenes. Like I said, it replaces the previous song in most cases. So they use it for a lot of scenes because there's a lot of mission scenes in this game. That's just the structure of the game. However, it's a lot more quiet. And the overall register is lower. So it's not just more quiet, but it's actually hitting a completely different frequency range down here with the usage of the strings and the little light thing they've got going on in the background with that extra accompaniment of the brass. Now, why is this important? One of the things I learned a lot while doing the theater, especially the FF9 theater, was how much certain songs' registers overlap human speech. Human speech sits within this band here, right? And so some music, you know, hits wherever, but some songs hit within this band. And guess what that previous song did? So one of the things that tends to happen a lot is it actually gets legitimately irritating to hear the people talking underneath that song. This song has none of those issues. Thus, it is literally a better engineered song, in addition to being a better used song, in addition to being a song I like better.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
I also...
Stoller and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
I also agree with what Primarchs mentions. There's no drama here. This could have easily been an irritating scene. Instead, it's just... yeah, let's work together.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you, Lot. Monago and Methrid will tell you more.
Exactly, Blade Travol.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Stormblood's starting off pretty good so far. Right then, Monago and Methrid are our keepers, knowing not of what they require, one task as good as the other. Okay. Do we have to do both of them? Your ether compass can now be used. Yay. But seriously, don't we have to do both of them? I have memory of this thing being a thing. Whatever. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Scions for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It was well and good, me claiming my duties couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the least you deserved. My apologies. Alright, to business. Commander Kemp's entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as details of disposition. What I need is an escort. I'll escort you. Oh, no? Okay. She'll escort you. Yeah, that waterfall is not a great sound effect. It's actually the same one we had with the problem within the warrior quest chain, if you're remembering. Really? Can I not? Oh, there we go. Oh, I actually meant to. Whatever. Still faster. So anyways, yeah, gameplay negative. Let's just get this out of the way. Gameplay negative for Eclectic Oak. Come on, brain. Work for a second. Ether currents. There we go. And thank you, Eclectic, very much. If you give me a moment. I gotta jot all those down. So I'm curious if anybody else had a similar experience to me. I'll tell you about it in just a second here. I put that towards Okami, Forbidden West, Horizon Forbidden West, and Heaven's Vault. Man, I hope not USN Corp. And at the same time, God, I hope so, USN Corp. We don't need more me's in the world. Or maybe we do. Be easier to conquer it. Anyway, so I'm like, alright, ether current. Let's get this. Let's get the point. Alright, I got the point. Alright, let's go up in here. Alright, got that one. Alright, I got that one. I got this one too. It says it's like here? No, it's still saying it's that way. Where is it? Where is it? It's over here? Okay, maybe I could... No, nope, there's a wall right here. I can't get down there. Why can't I get down there? Ah! This has been a one-act play. The frustration of ether currents. Why we stopped? Is Autumn miss? Yeah, that was a cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials! You have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they of predator or patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a Magitek armor. Wide search pattern. Divided into 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise. We don't want to risk them calling reinforcements. So, head north. You should see them before they see you. The armor should be to the west. Lore's best equipped to deal with that. They attack in 5. That should be enough to get repositioned. Rendezvous at the West Bank. Any questions? Good luck. Bye. Might have been my mount. Sorry, Monago. Sorry. Bobby. Oh my god, Imperials! In good mechs, too. Now I take his mech, and off I go. I'm pleased to report the Empire is short 3 soldiers. Not that any self-respected legatus would be sorry to lose them. Looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen men in a blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened to the wall. Anyways, I believe we rested long enough. We should resume our journey. Okay. Yeah, exactly, U.S. Corp. Just Kong, Kong, Kong. Just wave after wave of Garleans spawning and then getting killed by the Zerg swarm. I just had a really random idea that I have to get out there really quick. So you know how we play someone in MMOs? Like, you know, I'm walking around and there's me. Imagine for just a second you're playing a Zergling, but you're actually playing like 5 Zerglings. And so the unit you're moving around like this is all 5 moving as one unison. And like you have different attacks, which is like each, you know, tied to which specific Zergling is doing which attack. And oh, that's kind of a cool idea. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces at Castrum Oriens were under the command of Flame General Raban Alden, did you not? Balker. The Bull of Alamigo himself. I never imagined, dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. Yeah, like comboing attacks on yourself, you know. Listen, Primarch the Mage, the less we talk about Episode 9, the better it is for everyone. But yes, you're totally right.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamegan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
You know, I was going to make a joke here, but I think Pippin is the one I should make the joke about. Because apparently Pippin is General No Surrender Pippin. Sorry, historian joke. Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castellum, namely the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field-tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it, more Magitech weapons, that's the last thing we need! Your concern is not unwarranted, but don't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we can confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment. Should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry. It would mean dropping all pretense the Alliance not going to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you're going to have to do it eventually anyways. Exactly, so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Very slowly. There we go. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance. I doubt you were intending to sit this one out. So, does anyone remember when the... I can't remember what it's called. Black Rose gets first mentioned. Fate has a way of leading one to the most unexpected alliances. Yeah, you have no idea. 4.4. Wow. Okay. See, that's actually why I mentioned it, Primarch the Mage, because there is actually a side quest here that mentions the Black Rose. Which I should know because I did it this very morning. In fact, there's going to be a quest literally right here. In fact, this person's probably doing that quest that actually talks about how a certain Gaius flat out refused to even, accept the idea of deploying Black Rose because, of course, he wouldn't. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change. And when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation. From the look of it, I see it's a foregone conclusion. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. So, go do that. Yeah, Gaius, for all his messed upness, was a much better Garlean than most of the others we see. And yeah, we'll talk more about Varys in the patch content of this expansion. Honestly, though, Black Rose is completely terrifying. If I could just be blunt about that. Oh, hello. What in the crap? Yeah, exactly, Wenlock. It reminds me of an old quote. Treat them like they are citizens. Because they are citizens. Oh, shoot. There's already a queue here. Hang on. Alright. Guess I'll just wait for a minute. Oh, Gaius was 100% retconned. Twice, actually. But, the first time was all the way back in 1.0. Some of you may or may not remember Gaius was in 1.0. And he was a mustache-twirling, stupid, evil idiot. Which was completely retconned when that entire plot thread was abandoned and they started over fresh. I've talked about that in 1.12 or 1.14, I forget which. But it's when Yoshi P came in. It's when the new team came in and they were just like, bam, no. We're dropping the old storyline entirely. We're starting over fresh. So that was the first retcon. The second retcon's more debatable, but we'll talk about that more when we get there. Is this line even moving? Jesus Christ, come on, people! So, okay. Many MMOs over many years have had this problem. This is called a bottleneck. Now, these bottlenecks have taken different forms over the years. How many of you were there at the opening of the Dark Portal for Burning Crusade, for example? In fact, WoW started implementing the multiple zones concept specifically in order to try and avoid this. If you don't know what I mean by that, let's say you start Wrath of the Lich King, there's 2 starter zones, just to try and divvy up the players, to try and loosen the bottleneck, right? So, that being said, yeah, instancing, please correct me if I'm wrong about this, because I didn't experience this personally, like I said. But if I'm not mistaken, what happened here was the game could only handle so many of a different type of instance at once. And so they were quite literally full. Like they only had this many instance queues. And so people were sitting here queued up because it was quite literally full. And yeah, actually, I do have a YouTube video here if that's the one that you just linked. Looks like it is. Hang on. There it is. Make sure it's the right thing. Should be this. Nope. That's strange. Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, okay. There we go. Hey. And yeah, so it's speaking of all those tech things that they did updates of, I'm just going to leave this loosely cropped. One of the tech updates was updating the instancing servers and the way that they actually did sharding because of this crap. Because yeah, here we go. There's your line. That's just the frame rate of the video. Blame 0. Just look at it. Just look at it. And everyone just all there just kind of waiting because this was a bottleneck and they could only spawn so many at a time. Oh man, I am so glad I didn't have to deal with this. That just, yeah. And yeah, it's about 5 minutes per person, so think about that. Now, oh god, imagine failing the duty. That would be, I would just walk away from the game for a bit. Like, not permanently, but I would just be like, alright, yeah, I'm gonna play something else for a while. So, real talk. By all accounts, this qualifies as what we call the bad launch negative. What do we think? Because this was pretty bad. And it is a bottleneck. Pretty much everyone ran into this. Yes, it's infamous for a reason. Roban Extreme. Or Roban Savage, whatever they call this one. Yeah, as much as I do not want to fish for negatives for this game, for gameplay negatives, I think this one's pretty firmly deserved. They did fix it. Credit where credit is due, but yikes. So anyways, and yes, I did, Pico. Let's actually go ahead and do it. Thank you, everyone, for the show. That information was inaccurate. The patrol never came. Sorry! I'm streaming! I gotta get to the front of the line here. So, hang on. Now, what's funny is I'm almost positive I actually failed this once. If this is the one I'm thinking of it. Well, I'll see as we go through it. Hey, it's dumbass.
Things looked grim for us after Carterlow, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once!
Hang on. While I've got his name on screen, I'm going to jot his name down in the story negative category. No reason. We'll see. But I wanted to at least get the spelling down. I couldn't even tell you how to pronounce it right now.
Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head.
Fun fact, he's been very barely mentioned a few times, but that's probably the first time they've really bothered to bring Xenos' name to the forefront. We saw him once before, but...
That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush! Attack!
This is going to be cathartic one way or the other, I'll tell you what.
Get after them, damn you!
Might be the same actor, Pika. I don't know.
Now I've gotcha!
How much health did this thing have? Jesus!
You'll be weeping blood!
How much health does this guy have? Jesus! Everything has too much health! God! I'm really curious now what happens if I kill this guy. Or if I can. It might be stuck at 0.01% like sometimes happens. Oh, we got him.
As a raging bull!
That's not that right. Team Rocket's blasting away again. Kill them all. I feel like I just went through this song and dance, but okay. I feel like I did die right here, failing this DPS check. Oh yeah, he's totally on our level 5, because...
Damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Do you need help? Do you need a better diet? What are they feeding you?
You'll pay for this! Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last!
Narrator. No, it won't. Yeah, I'll oil him up. I'll give him a massage. Get all that crap out of there. Yeah, she's totally using the Paladin animation set right now.
Aye! Run and tell your Viceroy! The day belongs to Alamigo! Yeah!
I hate to jump in here, but at this point in our resistance, we'd actually be better served to not let people survive. We want survivors after we've already started to gain momentum. We're at the beginning of that, so we're not there yet. Well done. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Alamigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due. 'Twas Marshal Tarapin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it to perfection. Ah, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. As will ours. Weird leg thing. It's been a pleasure, General. 10 lights battle. Minago, I leave the Scions in your care. Shall return to the castrum, then. Lore, Mistress Livia, you once more have my thanks. Until the next battle. I mean, have you seen my Summoner book? There, as a fresh reminder. My Summoner book looks like this. I'm pretty sure I could wield... Whoop, that's a little bit too close. I'm pretty sure I could wield this as a weapon. Although, in fairness, my Scholar book looks like this, and I'm pretty sure I could wield this as a weapon, too. Anyways. I've heard stories, but to see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously, though, it was inspirational. You must be tired of hearing that, huh? I'll keep it simple, then. Thanks for your help out there. You're welcome. That brute of an Imperial officer was a force to be reckoned with! He held his own against the Roban. Oh, man. Let me jot that down in that negative over there. There's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. You know, I would believe he maxed con. I'm just not sure about the rest of it. Again, it's all still in question mark. It's just I'm jotting down all the reasons I remember not liking this guy. I want to jot down things as they occur to me, even if I change my mind. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did! You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation, and for that, we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value cannot be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to smash an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons. And smashed them! People will remember this day. We stopped being the Star Destroyer in Stormblood. No, think about it. That literally just clicked with me. This is the expansion where all of a sudden we're just a normal soldier. After an entire expansion of being the Star Destroyer. That would explain so many of my issues with this expansion in one sentence. Because I really, really like that. It's arguably my favorite point about the game as a whole. Yeah, it's like going from Legion to BFA. That's a good way to put that. You know, that might not have bothered me as much if we had gone from ARR to Stormblood. Because our Star Destroyer status really didn't get codified until Heavensward. That's when we really started to throw our weight around. Really started to move continents and move... We were the individual who would sway a battle, right? And that was not just something in gameplay in Heavensward. That was something in story. That was something repeatedly mentioned by multiple characters in Heavensward. I wonder now. I really wonder if somewhere along the line that was the intent, and they just, for practical reasons or functional reasons or whatever reasons, they changed their mind on it. Yeah, you see why I'm thinking this. And they rejiggered it around and they made it work, but it still just kind of feels like... Interesting to think about. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. That's true, Wenlock. Which... we'll talk about when we get there. I think the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago during the Autumn War, to defend against our invasion. Ours has a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that, despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, which is why I intend to go from village to village, spreading the word of our victory and our new alliance. People will flock to our banners. Wait and see. You're welcome. Because there's a concept someone said to defend Xenos, this is like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago at this point, which has actually stuck with me ever since they said it. And it was the idea that, I'm just going to tell you right now, it's the idea that across Stormblood, we develop into the Star Destroyer, that by the end of Stormblood, we are a Star Destroyer, and we weren't before. And that's always just felt kind of, to me, coming out of Heavensward, but at the same time, yeah, like, we beat Thornton by ourselves, canonically. Now, Nidhogg, yeah, we needed the boost for Nidhogg, absolutely. But, you know... The risk of repeating myself, it's hard to believe we'd meet here of all places, though I reckon you don't remember me after all this time. I remember you. Yeah, Nidhogg was really, really high tier, so yeah, we needed that boost for him, and that tracks. Impressed, given everything you went to accomplish, you'd be forgiven for forgetting about all your time in Quarry Mill. Suffice to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo while Galleon was recovering. Gundebald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. Told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, others went to Ul'dah. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Gurabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Algana. If you're going there, take me with you. That's right, you're from Algana, aren't you? By all means, we welcome the company. Okay. Oh my god, you're right, Bragwind and also Rax. I'm gonna say that out loud for people who don't read chat. Xenos is a story skipper who bought a job boost and practiced in the raids. Ida and I were born in Algana, though I can't remember much about it. Yeah, and then he complained the game has no content. Because he's bored! That's why he's so bored! He's like, ugh, there's nothing to do in this game. They need to release content faster. Ugh. I hate the fact that they've slowed down. They need to speed up patch content, not slow it down. On a mission for Conrad to Algana. Clear the barricade, if you would. Aye, sir. There's more villages than out there, but more Imperials, so I need to treat carefully. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing to do other than Savage and Ultimate. Good. Good. Congratulations! Exclamation mark.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity. Who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
I do like the music here. Oh wow, I haven't finished exploring this zone. God, that says something. This wasn't the work of the Garleans, but of Theodoric. His army massacred the monks here decades ago. By the time Black Wolf arrived with his legion, it was already a ruin. We've a glamour in place here, as you may have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember, though, once we leave these ruins, we have no glamours to conceal us. So, let's go. Just gonna take a quick side step over here. Look at all these wonderful ruins. There's always ruins in this game. God. Build something that lasts. Jeez. Now, the Allegons, excuse me. It's gonna take some work. They knew how to build stuff to last. Give me the puzzle piece. Give it to me. There we go. Okay, back up. That's true. They literally have a flying continent, which is still flying 5 millennia later. It's just insane to think about. That's 5 millennia and however many cataclysms, too. God, let's look at the tower to the southeast. How long did it take him to build that? What? Narrate Imperial site. That's a mercy. Alagana's due east past the bridge. Oh, that tower! Oh, man, that must have taken them forever to make this thing. If you think about it, this would take a while to build. Look at that tower. Look at it. Oh, fanciful like, too. Look, I'm trying to do it right. I'm still stumbling over Amdapor. Did it really? Oh my god, the air cleared right as I finished. So yeah, that's the tower they're actually pointing to. Boop. Over there. And, let's see, I know there's a dungeon here, but we'll get to that later. Anyways. First person mode. World of... sorry. What would the Lorecraft of FF14 be called? Lorecraft 14? Final Fantasy lore... No, that's good. FF14 Lorecraft, that's too mundane. I couldn't have been older than 5 when we left this place. My memories are hazy at best. Not bad. No, it has to include Lorecraft, because that's the franchise. That's the feature name. So, like, Final Fantasy IV's Lorecraft, or... what else am I discussing? StarCraft, Lorecraft, etc., etc. So there has to be... You have to have Lorecraft in it. A realm Lorecrafted? It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Sorry, it's something to do with why we're here. We need recruits! Yeah, but like I said back in the Reach, it's more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're shorthanded because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises, and went to the wall and never returned. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Alagana lost a few youths as well. See, it's funny you say that, Rax, because that was never the intent. It's just by total coincidence, the first Lorecraft video happened to be Warcraft, but it was always supposed to be Lorecraft. But I'll think about it. It's not like I'm going to do another Lorecraft anytime in the next year. So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech. Not if you don't want to avoid the place being burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. Let's talk to the Elder first. Okay. By the way, I'm never doing a Lorecraft of FF14. Let me just make that very clear. Oh, I'm sorry! Exclamation mark. I hope the next time you go, you'll get Girl Scout cookies of the type that you actually like. Don't know why I stuttered over that. See, the problem is he might enjoy that, Rax. Ragenfrid, the village elder is over by that shore. No time like the present. Oh, now it's a sphere! Oh, that's just terrifying. The lore bringer of... No, the bringer of light. The warrior of lore? Don't know, you traveler. You a moichet? Not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder. Sincerest apologies I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagana, and I would know your recent troubles. Ah, your comrades of Mefred. I see, I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? He lit a fire in their hearts and dangled a dream before their tired eyes. Asshole. Now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman. We had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time, it will be different. This time? Cold comfort for the dead ones they leave behind. How much more of us must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They take our lands, our traditions, and our god, and they demand a fifth of what we've got left. 20% taxes isn't actually all that bad. I'm just going to say that. I hate the bastards with every fiber of my being. But hate's not enough. I can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now. Leave us! And never return. You've no right to speak to us like that. I've got quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went up to die for your bloody cause. Point of order. They didn't die for my cause. They died for his cause. But, you know. No, you don't, because it's my village, too. My home. What the hell's you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. How would you recognize her? She was 5! Lise Hesks, and I'm here to take back my homeland. By Balgr, the last time I saw you, I didn't even know if you were still alive. I never thought you would come. I almost did, and my sister never will, and lots of others won't either. That's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I have no right to tell you to leave. Alagana is your home as much as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Let's leave the village forever. But didn't you... Okay. Do what you will and say what you like. You'll find no recruits here. Oh, Lysander Rake here. It's Lysander Rake. We didn't come here for a fight. Hope I've not made a mess of things. That could have been handled better. What's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnfrid might help us recruit some of his people, but that's not going to happen. If we're going to convince any of them, we need to regain their trust. It's risky and hardly settle, but I say we approach them directly. It's the dumbest thing we can do here, so let's do it! $16, $17. 18 quests before we get to our first dungeon. Wow! Whew, okay. Yeah, we might not reach that today. A new face. What would you ask of me then? Join us or die. Stranger and a generous soul. Bollocks. There's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I expect you would go on about your business with more discretion. You really are here to help, aren't you? Very well. I'll take you up on your offer. My little brother's working the rocks by Gim and by this place. He's got something for you. Can you get it? Yeah, sure. Right then, Frightened Curl is his name. His name is Frightened Curl? I mean, I know your name is Angry Curl, but... I always look at that like, how does that work? Wow, that's way out here. You know, I have a question queue. I should probably start answering questions during these travel trips. Let's see here. How excited am I for Kugane Tower? Well, I mean, it'll be nice to be past all this section, so, you know, I'm with it. I'm with it. Hi, Frightened Girl. Here for the leftovers. Not like my brother to send someone in his stead, but here you go. They're bleeding heavy, mind. Unconsciously heavy sacks. Yeah, if you think that's weird, each of the Mikote belong to a tribe. Now, that's not weird. What's weird is each of their tribes has only one letter. The M tribe, the C tribe, the G tribe, Garaha, Maraha, Menfalian, etc. So there can only ever be 26 tribes, unless you start going into interesting stuff. Random. Culture note for the day. I guess I can warp back faster. What's the difference between lore, world building, story, and storytelling? So lore almost always refers to background stuff. You know, everything, what I just told you about the naming schema of the tribes of the Mikote. That's lore. World building tends to be more present, but can also be past. So all lore is world building, but not all world building is lore. The specifics and natures... Damn it, Rex. Specific in natures of how pieces are moving, or what trade connections are happening here or there, or whatever. All that stuff can also be world building. Story is everything. Everything on the entire story axis is story. All the 6 points of story, as well as everything else. Storytelling is the nature by which you tell the story. The communication vector. And of course, how well they do a job of portraying said story. If I have this amazingly brilliant story, but I mumble it under my breath while a loud horn is blaring in the background, that's not very good storytelling. To use a terrible example. There you go. You load 10 and 6 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole bunch. Much obliged. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, if you're curious. The rock by the lakes have got good deposits. Tain't hard for my brother to pass off any other plotting quarrymen, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side, bundle up and sell to the sutlers that trade with the resistance. It's a living. A way of fighting back besides. Our way of spitting in the Garlean's eye for putting our father in an imperial uniform and shipping him to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive, even. Though if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the resistance, so that's the best we can do. That's the long and the short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folk here ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know, that's all. That we know why you're here, and even if we can't join you, we wish we could. So there you go, world building. Best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Hi? Looking for folk down in the luck? Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't one it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are worse, especially after cold nights. Hard labor's right out. Too much pain and trouble for the others. There's a tea that helps, though I need to grind a Kapuli horn and a hornbill talon. I can go do that. I'm the best culinarian in the world. Canonically. Which... oh, I already answered that. What I think is the greatest obstacle to MMO storytelling? You kind of have asked that question. I've even answered it before, but I'll just go ahead and tell you right now. The players. Now, that's a bit of a disingenuous answer, so I'll give you a more thorough answer. Remember how we've had 5 discussions so far across multiple days, discussing the nature of having more characterization for the main character we play? One of the biggest and most obvious reasons why most MMOs don't try to do that is... damn it, Overseer. Is specifically because of the fact that that would diminish the nature of the player's enjoyability of the game. They're not playing their avatar or their character, which they can invent whatever story they want for. They're playing, you know, Geralt, or the Commander, or Shepard, or whatever. So, the fact that we essentially have to make the main character in an MMO a non-character is by far the biggest impediment to MMO storytelling. My opinion. Let's see, we got a bunch of questions here. Whoop. Which we'll get to in a minute. You've been gone a while. What brings you back? We've gone like a minute total. 60 seconds. Here. Oh, I never meant to... in times like these, you never... This country's hard on people. It's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one... You with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you. My father, God's rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and I'd gone out to the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it made a difference if I fought back. I knew what a lot of them were on about the moment the Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me, too, and many others, I imagine. Help me, too, if you like. We'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. Oh yeah, by the way, I hope you liked the nuanced, multi-layered Garleans, because they're gone. They're Golthied. The Garleans are the bad guys. Capital B, capital G. There you are, Laura. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with the food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to hide better. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl. Assuming they remember her, that is. Yes, Lise, how are you? No, I didn't mean to... Now, where are you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? Okay, point of order. He didn't do that. On the other side of this bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager. It's not fair. Look. Piss off or die. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, deigning to help us poor, unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovel? Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us. And you! Don't you dare speak like you're one of us. We can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here! This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. If you truly have any love for it, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. God! He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact that I left them behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go find Medford. She was, in fact, 5, Mr. Red. Thank you for watching my show, Lord Harrimont. Lord Harrimont, excuse me. I put that down for Jack, too. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame him, given what happened to the wall. You like how that's continuing to screw over our chances of accomplishing anything? I thought I might be able to appeal them as a fellow... I don't know. But if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle they do either, Lise. I ran too, but if I hadn't, I never met Laura or the rest of you, and we wouldn't be here today. Yes, exactly. Thank you for having a brain, Meffred. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. Help! 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 The Tributum, bloody ratman, damn it all! Take a breath, tell us what happened. It was business as usual, the Tributums due soon. We were taken to the Imperials when the Kikern attacked. They took the brother and the money. Took him where? Ruins! He's my only family. If I lose him... The Ziggurat. If the ratman took him there, he's as good as dead. We gotta go after him. If there's even a chance the brother's alive, we have to try. Well then, let's go. God damn it. If the sodding leg of mine was any good. You gotta hurry, the Cuts only know what they'll be doing to him. We shouldn't get our hopes up like that. Ever know the ratmen eat their prisoners? We can save them if we hurry. Come on! You're right, Lise. We've got to help them. If not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Garleans won't take excuses if they're late. So, he's being held at the Ziggurat. Alright, yep. Beware, beware. These are going to be very challenging foes because we got de-leveled like 50 levels in lore. What do we call ourselves? I can't call myself a Star Destroyer. I'm not. Picket ship, maybe? PT craft? I don't know. A Karak light cruiser, maybe? Help me out here. No, we're not down to a TIE fighter. We're better than that. I hope we are. Yeah, Karak is probably a good pick, I think. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because it's a nice little ship. You can do a lot of different jobs, too. Please let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die. But we're evil. Came from the top. Who dares loot our man flesh? Ours to eat. Ours to eat. Okay. I like a Maverick's just there, watching, ready to strike at a moment's notice. You'll never kill me, Maverick. Never! I mean, we're definitely down from Star Destroyer strength, no question. And the more I think about it, the more that makes sense. We literally will spend Stormblood building back up to being a Star Destroyer. And there's a specific fight at which we will once again re-qualify for that status. And it's pretty far from now. I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'll hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Oh, you found him. Wait, are you here to rescue me? No, we need to eat you. We're really hungry. Oh, right. We're all gonna be praised. Oh God, the tributum. You understand it. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what'll happen to me and my sister. Well, then. Yeah, I mean, as much as I find it hysterical that Renoa is dangling for, what was it, like 8 minutes? Doing things as quickly as humanly possible. It's honestly bad storytelling, even if I find it funny. Unlike him, are barely considered people in Imperial rule. They are to work hard and pay taxes, and if they don't, there'll be 7 hells to pay. Beatings, imprisonment, and enslavement. Yep. I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I got a bad feeling about this. Listen, I think we need to go after Mercado. Wait, you better not be thinking of stopping him. You already said if they don't pay one way or another, they'll pay. That if they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that. I just need to make sure that he gets there safely. Fine. And yeah, there's that Roman vibe again. You're either Roman, aka you matter, or you aren't, aka you don't. Hey look, rotting vegetables. That's kind of gross, actually. So what you're saying is I need to have an entire crate of those mailed to you as quickly as possible, exclamation mark. No, it's a chocobo feather! The greatest of all evils. And you look, I found the greatest of all evils. A chocobo feather. By my reckoning, it came from Mercado's bird. In which case, there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. We'll find him soon enough. really see us all the way up in the tower? Yeah. Any minute now, I expect he'll come thundering around the bend. Hear that? Get to cover. Quick!
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No! No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fit? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor. Assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egan's can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
Yeah, notice how we've actually got layered elitism going on here. Garleans to borrowed Garleans to non-Garleans.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Could have done something. Not as a Carrack-like cruiser. You're worthless, pathetic, and terrible. I'd heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. Cheers me up inside to see your own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy, but they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut them down, every last one of them. He's alive, the tributum's been paid. That's all that matters. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. Yes. Why is there a confirmation window for everything? Sorry. We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Workada told me everything. How you fought the Kieran, the rats, and saved his life. For all the good it did. We saw what happened when we met the Skulls, how they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Meffred's a warrior, as is your comrade. And you're strong like your father, that much is plain. But I think Ralgr you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Workada and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole town. Bones heal and scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for only God knows how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do for you so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. That's another reason I don't like this expansion. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lisa, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well. I do, but I'm telling you, with Gods in heaven as my witness, we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. Exactly, Primarch. I'm not sure I can think of anything worse. Really. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it, nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox, too. If she's set on walking the same path, I pray she won't follow it to the same end. Well, she took that better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much. We should go see if she's alright. First I gotta run over Maverick. Yep. Yep. Death to lunch. And to the living. Sorry for running off like that. All Amigans terrorizing their own. I just can't accept it, you know? I mean, we must be more tribal. Sorry. The reason I always get weirded out by this is, yeah, collaboration sucks, and that's awful, but, like, I love the idea that, why would you attack your own people? Because they're just people. That's... kinmanship? Sorry. No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have put up with it day after day. I mean, I'd rather die. I'm not completely naive, you know. I don't expect them to storm a castrum with pickaxes and shovels or whatever it was. But I didn't expect Workada to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place, or even my father's face, but I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran. And the look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine. There you are, Lisa. I've been looking all over for you. You found me. You got something else to say? Ah, I do. I said some things I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do. I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I love my village, but when one of ours was in need, I cowered with the others. I didn't even think to go after Workada, but you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I'll join you. You're asking to join the Resistance? Well, when you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me. There's a few others who've been thinking about it. And there's not many of us. We're not hardened warriors. Hey, we need a lot more than hardened warriors. Really. Really, really, really. We lack everything the Garleans have. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others. Send word when you're ready. Still think this isn't your home? I was just thinking out loud. And with that, our mission is concluded. Let's return to the Reach. Yeah, exactly, Blade Turval. Just people to help farm or carry goods around or just to sit in a crowd and listen, you know? I don't know if I said this out loud because I was thinking in my head. The Garleans have everything they don't. Infrastructure, personnel, resources, supply lines, you know? First of all, allow me to commend you on a job well done. Although nothing went according to plan, we managed to attract some new recruits. It was your passion and conviction, and our actions, that moved them to join. Thank you. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these last 20 years. It's been humbling. Not the word I'd use. Troubling, too. Closer. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you'd say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths cross in the battlefield, but when, not if, that day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Alamegan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker, but who knows? Maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Me talk, go! Me speak beaver! Okay, everyone. Squeak, 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 squeakers. Squeak 'em, squeak, squawk, squeakers. And then the skulls switch sides. Okay, that's like a 3-layer joke. I apologize for that. Yeah, Raban's the only one who can give a good speech. Scroll down a little bit. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for our service. I see operations have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed. Who's the guy with the white face paint? There were several among the Scion's ranks that were eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am glad to present. Arnivold! You remember him from way back in early ARR? My name is Arnivold Lentinus. Lentinus? Man. A half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo. For an Alamigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You're a true-born son of Gurabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our dwelling ranks and the aid of the Orzian Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we'll be soon in a position to seize the initiative. Once the new recruits have received sufficient training, I'll propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Felodina. So, Guy from FF2, Kronk from that, but the other thing was, she was giving the speech to convince the Skulls to turn by appealing to their desire for acorns. So that ties into FF5 and the Skull Eaters, which are little chipmunk things. There's layer 3. Like I said, it's a dumb joke. I don't like the Quest Accept song either. Yeah, he's there early too, isn't he, Blade Traval? Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo... Big frickin' palace. No, really, this place is huge. By the way, note how huge he is. Xenos is a giant. I think he's actually as tall as I am. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he's taller than I am. Yeah, Varys is weird. Like, Varys looks deformed.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Oriens and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near-total casualties.
Oh, absolutely, Tim.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why? When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
Moment, just give me a second. All right, so let's leave bias at the door for a second. One of the most classic ways to establish a villain is to have their initial scene, which this is for all intents and purposes, Xenos' first scene. I know it's technically his second. Have them do something evil, usually stupid evil, specifically to establish, mwahaha, I'm evil. Here's an example of this. There's a bit in KOTOR 1 where Darth Bandon, do you even remember who that is, walks onto the bridge of his own ship. It's actually his master's ship, but whatever. And is like, mwahaha, and destroys some consoles and the people manning them. And is like, yes, I'm stupid and evil. And that is how we established Darth Bandon in KOTOR 1. If you remember, the thing is, Darth Bandon is pathetic and terrible. In fact, he's literally a joke. Literally, because he actually is made into a joke in Tor. Now, so that's an example of what that tends to be. It's a very classic thing, and it tends to be effective, if ultimately kind of lazy from a writing and storytelling perspective. Here's the catch. It also usually is misplaced, because what will often happen is you will introduce a character by saying, hi, I'm stupid evil, and then try to characterize them. Nero is actually an example of that. We talked about that. Yes, you do, Woodward. We talked about that when Nero had his establishing scene way back towards the beginning of ARR. And so, no, that's the thing, Valvedrix. That's what they did to flesh that out. Nero did something that, by all intents and purposes, appears to be a stupid, evil move. But it wasn't. He was actually going after the spy. Now, it was still stupid, actually. Let's be honest. Just killing a spy you have actually caught in your own midst is really dumb. But, nevertheless, it was intended, portrayed, styled, and showcased as if it was a stupid, evil introduction. It is only with the advantage of examination and further information that we were able to say, okay, this is something else. Then they take Nero and develop it into something else. Here's the thing with Xenos. They never developed Xenos. Hang on. Hear me out for a second. Xenos is a one-note character. Now, if you know me, you know that I've said many times that there's nothing necessarily wrong with being a one-note character. Sauron is a one-note character, for example. There's nothing else there. It's just Sauron, and that's it, right? Voldemort is a one-note character. So there's nothing necessarily wrong with a one-note character. So we're going to have to judge how well they use the one and only note that Xenos has. And we've already established it. It's actually already been mentioned here. He doesn't want to win. Now, Gaius didn't want to win because he wanted to win the right way. Xenos has already given away his motivation, even in the scene we just saw. Xenos wants to win, and his definition of winning is making it as enjoyable as possible. Yeah, exactly. He wants to feel. Sorry, saying enjoyable as possible makes it sound like he's a hedonist, and that's actually not true. It's more like he doesn't feel anything. Xenos is bored. We already talked about this. He is dulled to everything. And so he spends much and most of his effort trying to make something worth his time. It's one of the reasons why he will latch on to us like a freaking tick. So, this whole thing, that's his note. That's the one note right there. And we're going to have to judge as we go through this how well they use that note. However, I feel like pointing out, earlier this very day, someone asked, hang on, run me through this, Lord. Why didn't Garlemald just stomp Eorzea? Well, I mentioned two reasons, but there's also a third. Reason number one is the succession crisis. Reason number two is Gaius, and reason number two is Xenos. Because if you're paying attention, Xenos is why the Resistance is going to gain any ground at all, because he will actively go out of his way to not win, in other words, in order to not beat the Resistance, even though he effortlessly could. Quite frankly, Xenos could probably walk out into the field and just fight his way through the Resistance himself. And I hate to admit that, but that is true. Xenos is a beast. He's our Exarchon of this particular story. Hey, Fordola.
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
Yeah, no, he's tall.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
So I'm going to go ahead and tell you this now, because they barely explain this in the game. Xenos is manufactured, is the simplest way I can put it. There is genetic engineering, there's magical engineering, there's soul engineering, there's research that's gone into infusions. Like, he has been built to be as powerful as he is. And he has also been trained and run by the best of everyone in the entire planet since he was a child. he is basically the apex. In fact, it is worth noting that even when we were a Star Destroyer, and I hate myself for even admitting this, but it's true, even when we were a Star Destroyer, the only one who could really match us is that guy.
Thank you, my lord.
Yeah, he's an SSD. We'll get there. We will. We ain't there yet. Oh yeah, real quick. Someone actually asked much earlier, I specifically didn't answer this, if I thought Varys had any augmentation himself to explain for why he's so weird. And honestly, given some of the genetic research and some of the stuff that is in that family line, it wouldn't surprise me if, yeah, Varys actually was. But I don't know if that's true or not. I have no information on that. So anyways. Well, Zira is punching the air. Listen, Zira, we need to have a chat. I'm worried about you. You're just punching the air. Beg your pardon. The man who bested Gaius von Belser wished to offer me his assistance. I say this is highly irregular. Sorry, this is highly irregular. But anyways, yeah, I need some help doing stuff, so... Yeah, sure, I'll go do this dumb quest that I remember hating. I'm not saying I like the fact that he's that strong. In fact, to be perfectly blunt, I think that Xenos doesn't earn his strength. But... you know... I have to acknowledge it as canon, because Lord knows they shove it down our throat constantly. Yeah, it's a fact, it's just, I don't think they earned it. In fact, it's actually worth noting that I think they went really far out of the way to try and earn it, and I don't think they really succeeded in it. My opinion. And yeah, that's true, Tim. Part of the problem is, here's Xenos, he's super powerful, and he's equal to you. Okay, who's this guy? Well, he's super powerful, and he's... No, but who is this guy? And if you notice, they will spend... I'm just going to give this away. They will spend the next 2 expansions, bit by bit, trying to add more character to justify this guy that they just dumped on us. You know? Like, if you came to me and said, random example, Roban was actually at our level, I would be like, okay, I could buy that. If you came to me and said, Estinian was at our level, I'd be like, yeah, I could buy that. If you came to me and said, Hildebrand was at our level, I wouldn't even respond to you, because that's a dumb question. So, I mean, that's a joke. I know I came across as harsh, but that was part of the joke. Sorry. Need to clarify. I mean, yeah, we were discussing that in Heavensward. Whoa. How Estinian is arguably was at our level, or higher than our level. And we had to make our way over him. We had to surpass him over the course of Heavensward. Which makes the whole, now we're back to being a soldier thing even more aggravating, because we just spent an entire expansion slowly reaching up to and then surpassing Estinian, our rival. I never thought about that way before. I know what you're thinking. Estinian's not a rival. There's lots of different ways to portray a rival in fiction, and someone who is against you, someone who wants to hurt you, is only one of the ways you can portray a rival. Really, think about it for a second. Yeah, he was actually our rival in Heavensward. I never really quite processed that. I found myself wondering if they were trying to replicate that magic with Estinian, but with someone who was against us, you know, a villainous Estinian. So, okay, I know a tremendous amount about WoW's development from a behind-the-scenes perspective. So I could tell you things like, well, clearly this happened because this team and these writers were working over here and not talking with these people. Because I know that stuff. This is a pseudo-lore run, I'm afraid, so I don't actually know that stuff. Does anybody know if we had some teams not communicating with each other when it comes to Heavensward and Stormblood? Real question. We're literally just doing random quests, by the way. The literal thing we're doing right now is, hey, can you go help out the people of Rhalgr's Reach to show that we're here to help? You got it, and here we go. That's what's happening. That's why I'm not reading any of this out loud. And yeah, so you probably noticed this. This isn't really a spoiler to mention this. Hang on. But even, you actually saw this as early as the intro cinematic. You know how it was like, here's Rhalgr's Reach. Here's Kagane. I cannot be the only one. Well, okay, obviously Ewan Core feels this way, but I cannot be the only one who feels like there's two stories here in Stormblood, and they don't really gel all that well. Like, there's a vague theme of fighting the Empire, but that's kind of it, you know? Or a vague theme of resistance, if you want to go that route with it. Makes me wonder. I also find myself wondering... Okay, so... This is a spoiler, and I apologize. But I've already said it several times, so I'm just going to get it out there, okay? So, we're going to see Xenos in the next... well, 2 expansions, counting this one, right? So, Xenos has a fairly significant amount of presence in 2 expansions. I find myself wondering how much of that happened because of his popularity. We already know that they are willing to take into account player opinion and feedback. I wonder if Xenos' popularity is why they decided to have him keep being a thing. Does anybody know anything about that? Because I don't. It is a very spoilery discussion, but all I'm wondering about is from the behind-the-scenes perspective. You know, I haven't been following interviews as much as I could be over the last 10 years or whatever it's been. Okay, so we've helped one person chart some stories, we've helped one person get some oibs. Yeah, that's another thing. Why is Xenos popular? That's a dumb question to ask, because there's actually no answer to that question. Anything that's popular, and I do mean anything that's popular, there's no real formulaic way to say, this is why they're popular. No, it doesn't work that way. Popularity trends wax and wane on what is effectively total randomness, so... I have never bothered trying to digest why Xenos is popular. He does have a sword golf bag. Why is Sephiroth popular? Your guess is as good as mine? For the reasons I just mentioned? Although, actually, that one's easier to answer. Sephiroth is popular because FF7 is popular. But ignoring that for a moment. And yeah, I know, lots of people like Xenos. It's one of the reasons why I've been trying very hard to keep back how much I absolutely goddamn despise the character with every fiber of my being. So, I'm doing the best I can here. I haven't given him any negatives yet. There is one negative I cannot imagine I will not give, but that's actually on the gameplay axis, not the story one. Yeah, you know what? That's true. People do like rival relationships. I don't know why. It makes no sense to me, personally, but I am the weirdo on that one, and I'll admit it. Like, everyone loves the rival. We gotta bring the rival back. And that's so true in everything. That's true in Kirby. That's true in Dragon Ball. That's true in Star Trek. We always gotta have the rival. I don't get that. So, in defense of Xenos, his one note is actually kind of interesting. The idea of a character who's so powerful that they're bored by everything is admittedly something I find interesting in its own right. I do. To put it simply, what we're seeing in Xenos is the inverse of Superman. Superman is ludicrously powerful, way higher tier than everything else around him. But he's got other things. He's got other personality traits and other concepts and other aspects to him that allow him to do things like enjoy life, right? Xenos has none of that. All Xenos has is... oh. Well, shoot. Yeah, Superman has Clark Kent. That's a good way to put that. Xenos has nothing. And think about Xenos' upbringing for a second. Think about his loving family. One of the things I talk about a lot lately, because it keeps coming up ever since the idea was first introduced to me, is Zira. No, Zira was just introduced to me recently. Is the idea of a sanity anchor. Now, I bring this up again because this is actually something true in real life, but also true in fiction a lot, is that you tend to notice that the characters who have someone that they care about, a favorite nephew, or, or a favored friend, or a niece, or a loved one, or a brother, or a father, or whatever, or even if it's just a freaking cat, if they have that sanity anchor, they tend to be much better at dealing with crap. They tend to be more balanced, more emotionally stable people. Xenos has no sanity anchor. We have several. The Warrior of Light has several. And again, it's an interesting thing to bring up with regards to the one note that he has. I will also admit that I find Xenos far more sympathetic than I do Needhog, as both are very, very much victims, but, you know. What are we down to? Token of Faith. Pardon me, fellow freedom lover and of justice. You haven't seen a Ward of the Destroyer. No, of course not. Ignore the Mr. Red flying around here. Yeah, even Virgil had Dante, and arguably his memories of his mother. And Dante had several things that helped him to maintain himself. See, what I really appreciate about Stormblood is there's all these NPCs wandering around on their mounts and just hanging out. It really adds to the flavor of it. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, Blade Chaval. I use the term sanity anchor, but that's because that's a generic term that applies equally to whatever. But yeah, there are actually games, Call of Cthulhu comes to mind as well, and as you point out, Vampire the Masquerade, which literally track this kind of concept in a gameplay stat. Xenos' humanity is bottoming out. Xenos' it's also true in Cyberpunk, I think it's his susceptibility to cyberpsychosis is through the roof. And his sanity stat is probably down in the low 10s. And I can't believe I'm doing all this because I hate Xenos so much, but I can't just give a character a negative because I hate them. I can't do that. It just goes against me. I'm sorry. Suck it. Moving on. Ugh. Hey, Alphino. Yeah, I've been doing side quests. Pleases me to inform you the new recruits have completed the initial training. They're willing to contribute. Everything's cool. Well, we haven't really gotten to the parts that make me irritated by him yet. Although, that's not true. I've already actually given you one reason I don't like him. I don't like the note. I don't. Like, I get the concept. It's an interesting concept, but I don't enjoy it. It's more interesting intellectually than it is something like, oh man, I want to learn more about that Xenos. It's more like, oh, that's an interesting way to take a character. If that makes any sense. I will give Xenos his voice actor. He's a damn good voice actor. I cannot deny that. Once upon a time, years and years and years ago, we streamed most of the FF games. It was called the FF Marathon. How many of you were there for that? I know at least a couple of you were. And back then, we had to come up with a rule. No talking about FF13 until we got there. Because as we streamed through the FFs, everyone kept talking about FF13. Xenos is the FF13 of FF14. No, think about it. We've been talking about Xenos since the early days of the stream, since some of the earlier streams we were doing. Alright, so, hang on. Let me actually talk this out, and maybe you guys can help me get to some reason here. Because I already gave you one reason I don't like Xenos. I don't like him. Like, I don't enjoy him. At best, Xenos would be coffee, right? No matter what you do with that, it's always gonna be coffee to me. So I'm always just like, no thank you. So that's problem one, and I need to mention that first because that serves as a baseline. Problem two is he's the main character in many ways. Sorry, that's not right. He's the main antagonist of this thing, and he gets a lot of screen time. So you are now shoving more and more coffee down my throat, and I'm like, can I stop drinking this coffee now? And so something that has started off as no thank you has turned into God stop it. Then there's the gameplay thing. I'm not going to bring that up till we get there. That's going to be a bit out. We might not even get to that today. But I will bring up the gameplay thing when we get there. You probably know what I'm talking about. Oh, lots of people love Xenos. Nothing wrong with that. So, I don't like him. You shove him in my face too much. And there's the gameplay sides of things. And there's the fourth thing, and I'm not actually going to mention the fourth thing. Not until probably next week, to be honest with you. But trust me, I will definitely bring up the fourth thing when we get there. Make a note about this. Jotting down some notes here so I don't forget any of that. One moment. I have something stuck in my eye? No, really. And I need to deal with that. I'll be right back. That's irritating. I didn't even get it out. Anyways, moving on. Now to give all the negative to Xenos. Or, I mean, all the positives to Xenos. Ugh, get out of my eye! Whatever you are. I didn't see anything in the mirror. What am I looking at? Hey, yeah, what's up? Hey, what's up? Listen. There's a flurry of activity. The joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it's imperative we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, it is not the choice to be made lightly, nor less on the other's behalf. This is war. Every side must decide what part they play. I fight. We fight. We fight. I thought it was a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, we're still committed. As in, we fight. Okay, cool. You are, to quote our dear Lord Edmond, the man who slew Gaius von Belser and some half-dozen primals. Your presence may well prove the... Yeah, okay. Please stop telling me I'm awesome in a game where you go out of my way to decry me as not being awesome. I like this, by the way. This is one of the first times we've had this many dialogue options. I'm going to continue to quote Hoshafal, because of course I am. Okay, I know I said I didn't want to talk about Ilbert anymore, and I don't. And I will never bring him up again after this. But can I just say, Xenos has Ilbert done better. I'll describe more of what I mean by that later. Oh, you'll see what I mean, Mr. Red. You'll see. Because it's actually much worse than whatever you're thinking. Ah! Mm. Yeah, I missed the link too, actually. I also tend to not click things while I'm streaming because that's obviously a really stupid idea. But... Welcome back. Oh, they brought the song back. No, I spit on this game. 0 out of 10. We have recruited people. We now have half a dozen units training. Let's strike while the iron's hot. Joint operation. At the capture Veladina. But it won't be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we want to push east. There's no profit in delay. It's only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans. Well, the Alliance hereby accepts Commander Temp's proposal. Let's do this. There's no objection but the Scions join Marshal Turpin? By all means, let's do it. Xenos is a really memorable villain. I can't argue that. Go figure out what we can do here. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be fairly straightforward. It's just a reconnaissance mission. Wait, are we there? No, it's got to be later than this. Yeah, it's later than this. It's later. I think. I'm frowning because, well, you'll see in a minute. Oh god, this might actually be it. This might actually be it right here. We might be at the moment I quit Stormblood. For a couple years. So, I keep mentioning paper cuts. Little things. Things that don't matter. Things that are... You know, I sound like nitpicking, but honestly, it's just, it's the piling the straw on the back problem, right? So, call me weird, call me awful, call me terrible. But one of those little pieces of straw that was on my back was the quest turn-in sound for Stormblood. Something about it just grates my ears. Now, this might not be it. We'll see. Because there's something specific I'm waiting for.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Ralga's Reach.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Yeah.
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine! Mefred! Hells take you!
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
The Viceroy! Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Ah, a magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
Oh, agreed, Rax, completely. By the way, you notice this is a much better establishing scene than the previous one we had for Xenos.
Hold the line!
Like, they're doing a lot more to establish him much better here than they did in the previous altercation in the throne room. I think this really is the scene. This is the scene where I quit FF14 for a couple of years. I'll explain why. Give me a minute.
Kryl!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
If this isn't it, then there's another one that's almost exactly like this later.
It's all over now!
Is there some way to see, like, a list of all the solo only instances in FF14? Does anyone know? Because I don't think this is it. I feel this is way too early. But it might actually be it. It might be the Doma one I'm thinking of. I could have sworn the Naga were involved. Sorry, the Ananta. Ooh. Yeah, there is, right? Like, I'm not misremembering. There's a solo-only instance which happens after a Ananta, during the Ananta arc. Yeah, I think this isn't it. I don't think this is it. This doesn't feel right. The song is wrong, if nothing else. So, okay, I didn't quit FF14 here. I was gonna say this doesn't feel right. Okay, so. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure it's in either in the patch content or quite a ways from now. Although there is going to be a solo only duty in Doma, which is going to piss me the hell off. But
for the glory of the
that's
flames!
unrelated. That was probably one of the biggest pieces of straw on my back. I think that was that one cartoon, yeah. Right before you-know-who pops out. Lakshmi, I think it was. Whatever, I'll keep an eye out for it. I'm almost positive this is not the quit point. Almost positive. Although, when I tell you what the quit point is, you're going to make fun of me because I'm going to explain it when we get there. But anyways. I'm pretty sure it's quite a ways in. Because when I came back, and you may remember this, I talked about it a bit, I came back pretty much right into Shadow, like in the late patch content of Stormblood. And by Stormblood, I mean, wait, did I say Shadow? Yeah, I said Shadow, right?
What took you so long? Alpha, no, I need your help!
We'll get there, Reggie. We'll get there. When I came back was when I agreed to stream Shadow. In fact, that was the first time I agreed to come back. In fact, so let me say this clearly. The only reason I came back to FF14 was because of my job. I had quit FF14. I was done with it. And it was the efforts and assistance of the viewers, most especially Rax and company, who convinced me to go ahead and give Shadowbringers a chance and do a stream of it. This is actually before we were funding in the current method, so nobody even really funded the Shadowbringer stream. It just kind of happened.
See to your men, Pylus.
And then, of course, it was Shadow, and I loved it.
As you command, my lord.
Yeah, no, I was, Zera. If Shadow was like Stormblood, I was done forever. I was never going to give it another shot.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
So, fight number 1 of several.
As one!
Notice his health. Just notice his health.
Be gone!
Oh, that could do that. Yeah.
Give me something to remember.
It's funny, some of these mechanics actually make a rejoinder when we fight him for real in the dungeon. The appearance? Oh, no, whatever. A supposed to lose fight. You know my opinion on supposed to lose fights. And we get Shrek'd. If my statement about us not being a Star Destroyer wasn't official yet, this pretty much codifies it. Oh, we're still something on his radar, but we're way below him. He could have just killed us right here if he wanted to.
Pathetic.
Seven hells.
Raban? No, 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 no. Yeah, no. You're smarter than that. And he is. Credit to Raban. He's up there with Amaric in terms of being able to use his head when it comes to these kind of things.
Nay, there has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
You all right, lad?
Yeah, I think my pride might have taken a knock.
There's no ordinary foe could best the likes of you.
Yeah, I get it. He's super awesome.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on! Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
I mean, she didn't die in ARR. She's not going to die here.
Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work.
I agree with, I think Wenlock said it. I like this portrayal of healing magic in lore. Takes time, effort, concentration. In D&D terms, it's a ritual spell.
The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise?
Of course.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
I like how Krile just takes charge here. Just, boom, I got this. Do this, do this, do that. And you might say, like a proper leader? No, that's a doctor. A good doctor. Now, let's talk very briefly about this. We brought up the concept of supposed to lose fights before, but allow me to briefly refresh one of the biggest problems with the supposed to lose fight. Because by simply introducing the concept, what you've done is introduce something that's going to, at least by its very nature, is going to upset the player. Now, that may eventually work. There's ways to make that work. There's lots of ways to do this properly. There's nothing necessarily wrong, really, with introducing someone who just comes along and beats us, right? The problem here is you have to do... So, I like to think of all production. Gameplay, story, cooking. You start at 0, right? Wrong, because what your initial premise is determines where you start. And if you start down here with a premise that's already got some issues with it, then you have to work up to it. You're starting in an uphill battle, is what I like to say when it comes to this. So, you see the problem here, right? Now, I actually have another way to phrase this. I'm going to get this across here, hopefully. But yeah, the fact that this is a supposed-to-lose fight, the fact that this guy so easily bodies us, starts you at a downhill. Plenty of people are going to look at that, including me, and just be like, I'm sorry, what? Especially so recently. This is not that far off from all the crap we did in Heavensward. And so it's like, okay. Now, you can make that work. I don't think they did. So let's talk about how we do this better, purely gameplay-wise. Let's ignore the narrative perspective. I can accept that Xenos is a super Star Destroyer, and we're a Star Destroyer. I can accept that. It's a fact. It's unearned, but it's a fact. Let's change the gameplay to process this a little bit better. Now, several people have given several suggestions, but I'm going to kind of pull an idea from a game you probably recognize. What if, rather than... this is Chrono Trigger, by the way. What if there were 2 win conditions, or rather 2 fight end conditions for that fight? Condition number 1. You lose. Oh, you got me. And then the cutscene plays onwards. You could do that yourself if you want to speed it along. You could fight and fail at the mechanics, and then, oh no, you have to start over again, or whatever. But if you fail, cutscenes play forward. What you could also do is successfully push him down enough. Push his HP down to a certain barrier, or make it a timer. Both work for different reasons. So make a certain percentage of the health, or a certain amount of time, and either way, you successfully withstand this super boss for X amount of time. Then the fight ends and the cutscene plays. And you'd barely have to change the cutscene to acknowledge this, because in both cases it would be, you are not managing this fight. But at least this makes it so that the gameplay side of things is substantially less frustrating. This is why I say that of all the things I have to say bad about Xenos, all the story stuff is debatable. But it is objectively a gameplay negative how they handle the Xenos fights, plural. Because they all pull this crap. And none of them figure this out properly. None of them figure out how to use him properly. Well, okay, I shouldn't say none. Most of them don't figure out how to use him properly in the gameplay axis. They just throw you against a super boss and say, here's a bunch of mechanics, and if you die, you start over, which is really irritating in that long of an instance, by the way. And then you have to do the whole thing again, except now you're frustrated and irritable. Good luck if you're doing this as a class that can't solo that well, which there were several of in Stormblood. You get my point? Okay. Rant off. Moving on. Okay. Let's save the wounded. Now, I admit, some of the ideas I have might actually not be possible. I know I bring that up a lot when it comes to FF14. Because Pillars of Snow already touches on one of the ideas I had a while ago, back when I was going through this for the first time. Remove his HP bar entirely. Just make it a withstand fight. You can do damage, sure, but it doesn't really do anything. Effectively remove that from the equation so the player understands immediately, innately, in a game where you always see the HP of the enemies, oh crap, what am I fighting? Because that's like the knee-jerk reaction that is like, okay. And then again, do like the timer or the damage variable, and then... yeah, survive, exactly. In fact, I would flat out make that the quest objective up there in the upper right. Survive. Sorry, Befford. That's also true. If you want to go another direction with it, you can make it so that, you know, as we're going to fight Xenos, they're like, we need to get out of here! Warrior, buy us some time! And then you just give it a frickin' timer. Survive for this long. I don't know. I think there are many ways they could do this better on the gameplay axis. They don't. It only gets worse. Yeah, Halls of Reflection. That's a great idea. I didn't even think about it. So, okay, for those of you not aware, there's a dungeon in World of Warcraft where you fight the Lich King. Now you're probably thinking, how the hell does that work? Well, what happens is, imagine for a moment that there's a corridor and you're down there. And pretend I'm the Lich King for a second. I know, hard to imagine. And the Lich King is just doing this. If he reaches you, you die. And you're just going through wave after wave of trash that he's throwing at you. And he'll pause every now and again, summon a few more mobs. And then he'll just go right back after you. And the whole time you're like, oh god, oh god, oh god. It's a great fight, but it's a wonderful fight. I love it. Do something like that. You know? I have no problem believing that that's a fight I cannot win, because of the way they construct it from the gameplay side of things. You seem ready to burst into tears. I'd fetch you a handkerchief, but... Damn it, Ellie, this is serious. You need rest. If it was for her, I'd be me lying there. I wish it was. Oh, Lise. You're worried about Ishtola, aren't you? It's too early to make any kind of prognosis, but she's alive. For now. Naga? Mefred? Where are you? Yeah, all that effort for a drop of blood. Which was a significant scene for other reasons, too. He's dead, isn't he? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it because it's a spoiler, but the way this expansion handles deaths is hysterical. Always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 malms, so his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made them worried. Do you know he sent his men in Quarrymill away because he thought they were fighting for him, not the cause? The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. But that's exactly the kind of man who should be a leader, the kind of man who deserves to survive, not an old fool who's all used up. No logic to it, Master Camp, there never is. Who stands, who falls? In the heat of battle we can but do our best, as he did. Mefford will be sorely missed, aye, but because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not, and they need us more than ever. Aye, forgive me, I had high hopes for him, that's all. That's an interesting question, Tim. I do think if given executive control, I would go ahead and do a gameplay polishing pass of Stormblood. I'm not sure I would change the story, and I know that sounds like a weird thing, but the reason why is because changing the story is much harder to do and much more complex of a thing, and frankly, much more work and effort. But I do think Stormblood could actually use a polishing pass on the gameplay side of things, which I know is funny because I've praised the gameplay of Stormblood so much, but things like the encounter we just did are a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Frankly, the earlier encounter against Green Idiot is another example of an encounter that should actually serve some gameplay polishing. So, yeah, I think that a gameplay polishing pass of this expansion is absolutely something I would do. Our defeat was no near thing. It was total humiliation. We were powerless to withstand the assault. Yeah, gameplay is also easier and quicker, and frankly, most of the things that are wrong from the gameplay axis are more objectively wrong, whereas the story, I mean, Xenos, right? How many people love Xenos? How many people hate him? You change Xenos and you probably upset both camps to some extent or another, right? If nothing else, you upset somebody. But gameplay, well, let's polish that up a bit. Alright, so, we just got bodied. I should probably mention some other thing for the interest of perspective. I didn't mind the solo instance we just did when I did it for the first time. The Doma one. That's when I started to get pissed off. So we're going to help the doctor because, I mean, there's a lot of wounded. This is a good decision, by the way. Gameplay-wise, as weird as that sounds. Forces to take... This is something FF does semi-frequently to good effect. It effectively forces you to sit and process the loss that just happened. By the way, I've already given this section a story positive, if you're wondering. There you go. Medical supplies. Stola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be here by our side the entire time. Thank you, Cryle. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Garleans try anything. Hang on, you're injured too. Shouldn't you be in the carriages? Ah, I'm not so frail I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall. 100 and something. 170, I think, Ross. Very high. Almost double the ARR. Wait a minute. Pillars of Snow is Xenos. It makes so much sense! You know what? I should be true to myself. I'm just going to give a gameplay negative right now for the fight we just did. I mean, if nothing else, the fact that if you fail, you have to do the whole damn instance over again, that's just ridiculous. And yeah, it would be so easy to fix. I do stand by the story positive I gave the same sequence. They do a lot of good things there, and like I mentioned earlier, it's a much better establishment for Xenos than the first scene we saw. Like, you noticed how much characterization he was getting so quickly and efficiently, right? As he's just, and then Lise goes to fight him, and he's just, he's barely even moving. He's one-handedly holding her back. Like, yep, Not bad, but, you know, you could be doing better. And yeah, it's just, he sounded bored as he's saying it. It's good characterization, as horrible as I hate myself for admitting that, but it's good characterization. And then he's like, alright, I'll go and pull out a sword now, because he was fighting hand-to-hand up until then. Alright, shonk! I can see the Reach means a lot to these people, but it would be suicide to stay. For more than a decade, the Resistance has resided here, hidden from the eyes of the Empire, and just when he sets our sights on Veladina, they strike. Don't you find that passing strange? Yeah, Brokey stole his shield with one hand. And yeah, he was using one hand for most of the fight. The only time he tried even a little was against us. And even that wasn't much, which, whatever. Yeah, very, very Kenpachi. I actually like Kenpachi as a character. By the way, Kenpachi, another good example of a one-note character that I actually enjoy. But yeah, speaking of which, you notice he barely noticed us here. That's... I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think that's part of the problem with this particular fight, narratively. He bodied us. And I don't think he should have been able to body us. Even an ISD will give a fight to an SSD, you know what I mean? Because, yeah, by memory, I'm guessing it's the Doman fight, which I believe is the next one, where he will actually be like, oh, hey, Yeah, we should have given him some challenge, some pause. Instead, he's just pathetic and walks off bored. It's like, what? What's up, Usin Corp? Hit me. You know what? You're right. I forgot about that pretzel. You're right. He did bring out the second hand, specifically to crush her shield. Where am I going? Go here. Right. I was giving another story positive, because we're finally using doodads. Krau's Mr. Stola, who hasn't woken up, but Krau says she's been through worse. She hasn't. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when the Skull's commander cut down Mefred. Single blow, that was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams, all his future, gone in an instant. You know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. Someone with much more character than Xenos. Gods help me if I ever... While the general's waiting.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours.
Oh yeah, that's the last...
Thank you.
The fourth reason why this song is so much better for these kind of scenes. It's somber. It's moroseful. The other song, chong, cha-cha-cha-chong, cha-cha-cha-chong, we've totally got this, doesn't quite fit the tone of Stormblood.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefred with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Crania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
I mean, I think you're about to tell me, Alphino.
Well, to put it simply, we have one legatus overseeing 2 provinces a world apart. I say we divide and conquer. We kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more, thereby forcing Xenos to fight a war on 2 fronts.
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised. And I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild. And when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there. And make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
I mean, honestly, putting Xenos in charge of anything is actually legitimately stupid. And Varus should know that. I'm actually, like, surprised Varus who is generally a decent, reasonably intelligent person, would put Xenos in charge of anything. Putting him in charge of multiple things simultaneously is actually just silly.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
What, trying to solidify his own claim? I could see
For
that.
all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, I built the ultimate killing machine. Now go far, far, far away. Does this have any actual strategic merit? No. Now, obviously that's just my opinion, but I'd like to think I have enough of strategic mind to say that doing this kind of thing after we just got bodied with very little in the way of resources or supplies or manpower or anything, and trying to open up a second front on an enemy that doesn't really have to divide its forces, has no real strategic merit now. Can't deny part of me wants to stay and fight, but I know I'd be more useful to you than the others. God, the pain! It seemed like a good idea. Monago, go rest. God. You'll sit your peace now. Yes? Would you please return to bed? You'll never recover if you... Thank you, Crow. Doctor, I'm telling you. Okay. Well. Got a long road ahead of us, but it begins with the first step. Yeah, UNC Corp is correct. We'll stay in reach and rebuild, reinforce defenses, and hey, where are we in quests? We're at Divide and Conquer. Hey, we're gonna have a dungeon soon! Yay! Woo! Unabashedly good content. We're having the Siren Song C. It's the first dungeon we're gonna have, for anybody who wants to be a part of that. Goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government here or elsewhere. I am quite certain the same could be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we must go and assess the situation for ourselves, lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish. I remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to this land to save Eorzea from certain doom. Yeah, also, you, me, and Tataru did that over in Ishgard not that long ago, but I don't blame you for forgetting it exists. Because apparently everyone else has. Sleep, Mr. Red, sleep. Alright, so we're going to Doma. Yeah, we're going to be starting hitting, honestly, probably next week is when we'll probably finish the main MSQ. Looks like there's a really big gap after the Siren Song C till the next thing, which will actually be a raid. A trial, Pool of Tribute. And then a really big gap, and then more a gap, and then Bardham's Metal. Yeah. And then another big gap, huge, really big gap, and then Dover Castle. And then Emanation. Is that what I think it is? Yep. Another big gap, and then a dungeon, and then another big gap, and then Alamigo, and then the Royal Menagerie. God, there's actually not that many in Stormblood, are there? At least not in the main MSQ. 4.0. Anyways. Sorry, I should read that one out loud. I am one step ahead of you, dear, or rather Tataru is. Before we discuss that, there's another issue which we wish to address. Much as I would like it if we could make the journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Y'shtola cannot be left attended, Kryal says, then I should obviously remain. Very well, issue addressed. You know, Alphino, it would have been quicker just to ask, and markedly less patronizing. And Alphino's like, yeah, I suppose. Would you be willing to look after Y'shtola and provide support to Arnavald and the others? Yes, Alphino, I would. See, that wasn't so hard. Don't you dare return without a gift. I'll buy you a sword. So, off to Limsa Lamensa. Because we got a date with the Far East. Delicious sushi. Wonderful sushi. Incredible sushi. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great. We also get to meet, I forget his name, but I actually rather enjoy him as a character. And not just because I'm an economics geek, thank you very much. Glasses. I should forget his name. I think it's Hancock. Vilbrand was always Y'shtola's domain. I haven't spent much time here, to be honest. I spoke with the Rianje and Thancred on the way. To say they were surprised by our stratagem would be something of an understatement, but they did not dispute the logic. I dispute the logic! This is a dumb plan! Alright, moving on. Tataru should be here in a moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merlwyb lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right, as much as we'll be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it's just not feasible for an airship to travel such distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of Empire's aerial defenses. But then it is equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway across the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present Captain Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms. Interesting music choice. You've made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations. I take it from your comrade's tone you no longer wish to proceed with the proposed arrangement. Not at all. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, have the soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages could attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. Where was I? Yes, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it's important you're aware of certain extenuating circumstances. Explain. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing we'd be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause, and negligible profit. Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor unfortunate soul has come to grief out on the waves. While when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragic tale of how their heir to her House Durandar vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced his son still lives and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Ah, Tataru! Right for the jugular! Truly a tragedy for the ages, a testament to the misfortune that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you're prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I will oblige you this once. God, just straight up blackmailed him. I love it. Hang on, hang on. Positive for Tataru again. Just put that there. I trust you understand I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can only take you far as Kugane. It will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Tataru's legit. She's been legit since ARR. Have you noticed how they've been bothering to keep developing her character each expansion? Is it any wonder she's so widely beloved? Poor little boy, it's only seen 14 summers when he left Ishgard. Can you imagine what it must have felt like to finally be free to explore the world, unbeholden to all the stuffy traditions of the Holy See? It's a shame he never returned home. Without him, the Count Durandare must look elsewhere for a successor. And the good Lord Janequart is one step closer to being next in line. Yeah, remember that tale? Suddenly, all those hours Tataru's passed cavorting and capering. You realize she's not just a good secretary. She's a frickin' information broker. She's what Liara wishes she was in Mass Effect 2. I intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took, in making Captain Carvalhain squirm. Oh yeah, no, she's totally Oracle. And Oracle's legit, so yeah, that tracks. You know what, screw it, I'm giving that cutscene a positive. That was a great scene. Screw it. Bless the story. Why do I... Okay. Well, we've successfully gotten our ship together. Everything's cool. Rather than going to Doma, let's go to Revenant's Toll. Why? The elusive Taru? The Elutaru? The Dark Phoenix? I don't know. Oh, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. Okay. The Elutaru. I do kind of like that. That kind of rolls off the tongue a little bit. Elutaru. Note to self. Invent race called Elutaru. Based off of Tataru. You're planning to travel to Doma. I don't know what to say. Forgive me. I shall try to aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land. Nestled on the eastern coast of Author, along the banks of the One River, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. Well, imagine a Volus, but with good fashion sense. Oh yeah, by the way, did you catch the timeline there? They conquered Doma 25 years ago. They conquered Alamiga 20 years ago. Now, 5 years is a decent chunk of time, but do please think about just how much of a march that is. I bring this up because if you're probably thinking, well, wait, what stopped them from taking over Eorzea? Midgar's armor. Remember the cutscene that actually happens before 1.0? We actually see it in this game. We showed it off right before we did the dungeon I can't think of the name of. The one that's like right over here. This one. That's it. Keeper of the Lake. Tataru's entrusted me with the remainder of her responsibilities in her absence. Should you require aught, pray do not hesitate to ask. What brings you to the toll this day? Well, we're going to Doma. Heavens, you Scions have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams I imagined you'd fight for our homeland. For 25 years we've suffered under their tyranny. Then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation, but when Xenos arrived with the 12th, it was over in an instant. Yeah, it was. Naught would bring me greater joy than to join you on your journey. However, Lady Yugiri made it clear we are to remain here and safeguard the community we have built. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. That you would go to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Ah, forgive my exuberance. You require info. We of the Nage clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held position within Doma Castle, even. And now it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch. We'll talk about her when we... Notice nobody's brought her up yet? That's a complicated character right there. With her host of men and Magitech. To think what was once the shining symbol of our heritage, the seat of our Lord Dear Kyan, has become a den for Garlean dogs. Yeah, a monster of Doma's own making. Yeah. But we'll talk about her later. And then later, and then later, and then later. For now, we need to talk about Lise, the greatest character in the game. There you are, learning anything interesting? The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff as stuffy as anyone, especially Ishgardians. But anyways, do you know they eat with sticks? Sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually. Or at least that's what I thought when they told me I was holding them wrong. Then I spoke with the younger... Yeah, by the way, there's two ways to hold chopsticks. I'm pretty sure I hold them wrong, and I don't care, because I'm actually quite dexterous with the way I hold them wrong. Anyways, Lise, on task. Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful, unless someone invites us for dinner. I hope they do. There it is. Yep. So, let's see. So it looks like Maverick will be joining us. Maverick almost never gets to join us, so I'm free to give him a spot. In fact, do you already have recruits going, or should I just start grabbing people? Let's find out. Serona. We'll go ahead and grab Serona. And we'll not grab Reggie. There you are. Remind me who your character name is, Blade Travel. Because I can never remember those things. Sounds stupid. And yeah, I will admit, as much as... you're Nace. Yeah, we'll get Nace instead of Reggie. Reggie's been with us quite a few times. As much as I... What the crap? We'll probably be giving a lot of characters a lot of positives for a lot of voice acting. I don't think I'm going to give a positive to Lisa's voice actress. We'll see. She's got some good, she's got some character moments later. So we will judge that as we go. There you are. I would like to go as a monk, but I'm ambivalent, so I can do whatever. An army marches on its stomach. Yeah, it does. Time like these, I'm glad we got Tataro for taking care of business. A surfeit of sumptuous goods, wondrous sundries, plenty of clean undergarments. I believe we have all we need for a lengthy voyage. Tataro, hold up. We would be lost without you. I don't know what gratitude I can give you other than the truth of that statement. You're awesome. I've given Tataro a plus in every expansion so far. Counting AR as an expansion, as I often do. You returned, Lore. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Brevnan's Toll. I'm eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We will have time enough to talk on our journey to Kugane. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you have completed yours, you may inform the deckhand we are ready to depart. Where's, There you are. I was gonna say, where are you? Hi. Wish us well in the Great Far East. Do I have it? Oh god, I forget what it says. Is this it? There we go. Nace, if you don't mind tanking, that'd be awesome. But again, if you want me to tank, I'll give it. I will give in to the pressure. Sorry, I was debating something in my head.
12 be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late.
If you hadn't spent 15 minutes debating how to pay with the taxi on the way here...
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
I have come all this way just to see you off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
No, he's not an astrologian yet, or is he?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
Oh, a parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I was gonna say, she's technically not even a red mage yet, let's be honest.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
Speaking of...
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Random world-building lore thought. Imagine a setting in which you have a resonance. Your ether has a specific frequency. And so, if you know that frequency, you can craft something to work alongside it, to work with it, which then makes it, click with you so much better, and then you can wield it so much better, right? By contrast, you could also do the opposite, too.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
Yep.
Our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others, and take care.
Notice she actually has the second weapon. So yeah, we have now officially transitioned. She is officially a red mage. Also, random thought, Tataru could totally just ride around on my shoulder. Just one shoulder, just right there. I mean, look at the size difference. Yep, she went from a Arcanist to a Paladin to a Red Mage. Bit of a strange path, but, I'm not here to judge. I went from Black Mage to Paladin to Red Mage, with Astrologian in there somewhere. And then to Gunbreaker. And Dancer. Indiana Jones music. But wait, on the way there. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. They were like, you know what, hang on, it's been like 4 hours. We need a dungeon.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
That's actually really sparse quarters.
Is it supposed to do that?
Calm down.
Not under normal circumstances.
It's okay, it's just the Siren Song Sea.
Captain! You need it on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I got your back. I even brought 3 friends. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? Yeah. This is, let's be honest, this is effectively a random encounter, but I don't mind. Random encounters are a thing. Yeah. There's things in the water, whatever. Could you attempt something more descriptive, an adjective, for example? Sea wolf superstitions and fairy tales. But if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their death. Monstrous. Indeed, we've already had one FF5 reference. We cannot possibly have another. Regardless, we have but one recourse. Oh god, Stormblood is the FF5 expansion, isn't it? I mean, think about the Omega fights. I mean, yeah, there's a few other ones, but... I assure you the feeling is not mutual. Once we arrive, be it a vessel line or something, we will go defend the ship. And yeah, 6 as well. I mean, good lord. We've already seen that with Baelsar's Wall. And we're going to have several of those dungeons that are going to be the FF6 dungeons, the FF6 boss refights. Wong, there we go. Okay, ready check. I'll make sure Tataro stays below deck. Yeah, you better keep her safe. Alphino was terrified of ghost stories as a child. I'm glad to see some things never change. Yeah, I will in a sec. What are you looking at me? I'm calm as collected as ever. This is wind weather. The fiery one, Alize, isn't it? 'Tis a pity she holds her profession in such disdain. She would make an excellent pirate. Nah, she'd make a pirate. Alright, let's do it. Boop. Minimum, silence, confirm. Dungeon. Stormblood. Siren Song. Listen, Tara. Wouldn't you? If you couldn't do it anywhere else? Like, I'm sorry, if I was on the dev team of FF14, I would be kind of quietly pushing for FF references and FF things just all over the place, which, you'll notice, they totally have. Right? Like, wouldn't you? Alright. Listen, I'm not admitting to being Yoshi P. What I am admitting is that Yoshi P is actually my clone. Think about it. Right. I'm a monk. Sorry. Think like a monk. Act like a monk. Be the monk! Oh yeah, they usually do most of the reference fights pretty well. Not always, but mostly. I mean, even the Welk fight was alright back in Heavensward. So, nice music, decent visuals. You notice we're actually... I'm going to abandon my duty for a second. You notice we're actually moving as we're going here? Now, this is an elaborate ruse, but still, we get across the feeling that we're actually moving through here as we go. Which is, if you're paying attention, new tech. Like, they didn't really have a good way to showcase this earlier that smoothly. They've tried this kind of thing before, and, you know... Come on, Stormblood. Prove me right. Prove to me that you deserve gameplay positives. Yeah, exactly, Passion. I've already pointed out the graphical differences, but you can see how, in mechanics, they start pushing forward as well. Hey, look, it's Carlbos. Definitely not an FF5 reference. I don't know what you're on about. Bismarck kind of did, but really vaguely. It's actually a reflection of Carlbos. Like, if you see... If you queue up Bismarck right now, you'll see what I mean. There's stuff that kind of indicating that you're moving, but it's nowhere near the level of complexity of actually having the water pass by you and chunks of rock and islands moving by you as you're moving forwards. Even a ship graveyard. So, boss number 1. And I just realized I've never gotten this in Roulette. I think this is literally the second time I've done this dungeon. It's a mandatory dungeon, too. This. I mean, it almost feels unfair to compare this dungeon to the other Stormblood dungeons, but again, I shouldn't get too positive, because every time I'm too positive, it ends up being worse than I remember, and every time I'm too negative, it ends up being better than I remember. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut and just kind of go through the fight. Here, let's do some questions. I usually do questions. What do we got? What do we got here? Let's see. Scroll down. Which FF has not been referenced in FF14? Mystic Quest. Someone's gonna be like, no, you're wrong. I've actually already made up my mind on Xenos, and I know that sounds weird, but I swear to God, it'll make sense when I get there. So just trust me, please. Like, already, I've processed and analyzed my thoughts on Xenos, and I think I'm pretty codified on that. Now, so I wanted to bring this up from Balzer's Wall. We actually talked about this there, how there were several fights that were simple but good. This is something I've been processing a bit. I usually tend to favor complexity because, duh. But the thing is, as we've been going through a lot of these dungeons, and as I've been analyzing a lot of games over the years, I've come to appreciate simple but good. There's nothing wrong with having simple gameplay as long as it's enjoyable. As long as you do it right. To put it into simplistic perspective, Dragon Age 2 has good gameplay. The problem with Dragon Age 2 is that it has too much of it, right? But, like, imagine if Dragon Age 2 was a third the length. in terms of combat specifically. Like a third the encounters in the game. Maybe a fifth. Just really, really pull that number down. And it's fun, right? It's simple, but it's enjoyable. And I really feel like that's going to apply to a lot of fights and a lot of encounters as we start moving forward throughout the expansions. Or I guess I should say continue moving forward throughout the expansions. Do I not have anything new at 61? I don't think I do. 61. I get Riddle of Earth at 62. And that's it. Wow, yeah, no. They moved so much of Monk forward, I don't get anything really noteworthy until it looks like 70. Yikes. I mean, that's fine. Monk is legit, but, you know. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say earlier. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. There's nothing wrong with a random encounter as long as you do it right. I will admit most FF games tend to be weird about their random encounters, and in fact, in several cases, I'm like, why are we fighting this boss now? Like, picture FF7 for just a second. Materia Keeper. Why are we fighting Materia Keeper? God, I hope not Lonely Sparrow, because I don't think there's potential in the Undine in general. Undine, excuse me. So, boss number 2, the Governor. Yeah, some of the boss fights are just, and here's a random encounter, and it's like, okay. As horrible as it may sound, I have to remind myself that there's nothing wrong with that. Because it does kind of irritate me a little bit in all the FS, where it's just like, and now we're fighting this! For some reason. As I think I've already mentioned, I've had this theory for quite some time that the boss designers and gameplay designers just make bosses. And then are like, alright, we need a filler boss. Oh, okay. Okay. That's not... okay. What does he govern? The Shadows. I mean... By the way, those ads are called the Grovelers, if you can't read that. Probably casual. And because, yeah, you're right, it is just core D&D. Here's a random encounter. Oh, okay. Why? Because it's a random encounter. Funny thing, random encounters were originally designed from a purely gameplay perspective. It was specifically to try and ensure that the players would continue to gain experience so they would continue to progress and level up. Back when that kind of thing was directly tied into experience in a more meaningful way than it is nowadays. I'm gonna get to finish my blitz! I needed Tidus. I didn't have Tidus. If nothing else, this dungeon's getting a story plus, just because of the music and the visuals. Look at this place. I need to do this combo before I lose it! There we go, okay. Sorry. I had 3 seconds left. I had to do it. That guy over there's fighting us with 2 coffins nailed to his arms. What? Yeah, I tend to milestone as well. And by tend to, I mean, I actually refuse to keep track of individual experience. I haven't done that since about 2007 or so. Would have been the last campaign where I kept track of experience. Screw that noise. Point in fact, I actually have used the milestone system since I knew it before I knew it existed. I just, you know, kind of eyeballed it a little bit. And then, you know, they came up with an actual milestone system, and I was like, oh, cool. Right, questions. Okay, so... if we're a Star Destroyer, what does that make Heidelin? I have my theories, which I will not share right now about that. But, anyways. Considering my criticisms of Stormblood... Oh, right, I already answered that one. Anything in WoW come anywhere close to that? I don't remember what that was in... Cordoon, do you remember what you asked about with regards to WoW coming close to something? Because I don't remember what the context was. Umbral Magnus asks... 20 minutes ago. I'm going to be running a campaign that introduces my cousins to the Old Republic era, and it's going to be set after the Treaty of Coruscant. What world do you think represents the themes and ideas of Tor best? What's the friggin' name of it? It's like the second world for the Imperials and the fourth world for the Republic. And both stories are canonical. Balmora, thank you. That's my... I don't know if you're still there, Umbral Magnus, but that's my answer. Balmora is a perfect encapsulation of what's going on in the Tor era. The only thing that would be better than that is Corellia, and that's... you don't want to start in Corellia. Unless you want to start in Corellia. So that's my other answer. Corellia. Where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? No! Well, the problem with the Undine is that they're the frickin' Daleks. And while that can work, and it certainly has, frankly, it wasn't until STO that I considered the Undine worth a damn. And the Undine kind of de-Daleked them a bit. And by a bit, I mean a lot. Also, this guy sucked to fight. Ah! Yes! That is what you were talking about. That absolutely reminds me. So, was there a point in WoW where I was sufficiently disgusted with WoW to just quit? Does last year count? But no, that really is a different thing. Hey, new boss theme. Cool enemy design, too. I was worried it would just be Siren for the third time. I like this song quite a bit. Probably my second favorite generic boss song of the expansions. Keeping in mind I haven't heard Endwalkers yet, honestly. Okay, so... I aimed wrong. Oh, that's on me. I'm sorry, healer. I'm sorry. This part right here is why I like this one. Much more obvious aiming that time. Yeah, choir and piano are a good combo. The intro doesn't really sell me as much, like this part right here. Also, is this the first time they introduced the force you to walk in a direction mechanic? Something they will use a lot in Stormblood, by the way. It's a cool mechanic, by the way. I actually rather like it. Yeah, Forced March. It does exactly what it sounds like. Go in this direction for a bit. Later on, we'll introduce other ones. More complexity on that one. Larboard and starboard. No! Negative to gameplay. Larboard. I stand by that, by the way. I don't think you could talk me out of a negative for Larboard. The fake lighthouse. The ghostly lighthouse? Where do they do forced march and coils? I don't disbelieve you. I'm just trying to remember. Oh, you're right. You're right. Well, shoot. I spit upon ARR and the coils. Patooey. So this is the second. It's weird that there's such a gap between them using that as a mechanic. Because they start using it hard in Stormblood. Like, I can think of a lot of bosses that do it here.
Thank the 12!
What's up? I mean, all the ghosts are gone.
Everything here would appear to be in order. Good. Repairs should be completed by the time we return to the Misery, whereupon we shall resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
You best be getting used to ghost stories. You're in one. Or wait.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane. The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Offard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
So, welcome to Kugane. Negative to jumping puzzle. Oh, also negative to Evilise. Alright. Alright, I should change outfits next year. Is it just me as the ground swaying? You're on a... Yeah, Whoop. Our outfit is wrong. We can fix that, though. By the 12, I've never been happier to be back on terra firma. Our voyage has instilled in me new appreciation for surfaces which do not move of their own accord. I'm not doing the jumping puzzle. First of all, I don't know how to. Second of all, I don't care to. I don't enjoy jumping puzzles in this game. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Yeah, it's a bit of a metropolis, isn't it? And we can't mount here because screw you. Hang on. I like the hat. I'm actually amused it has the ears, but I definitely like the hat. My hat's better, of course. Congratulations, you now stand in Kugane, the western port of Hingashi. Regrettably, the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. China. Oh, I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. Oh, thank God, Cardboard Golem's gone. Okay, now that he's gone, let's forget this review started. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all we are far from home with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvalhain, I realize you only pledged to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Authard were you in our position. At the risk of stating obvious, you're in a port. Surely there's a kind and generous soul who will aid you for the right price. You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. Which makes a good point. Just like the Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Authard, assuming they're not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. I shall go be Tataru. Captain Carvalhain, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You'll find one in a large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect. Or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. This spice trade, you mean? Of course. Surely you do not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain. Navigator, watch over you. Doesn't exist. Right then, to the hostelry. After you. Yeah, can it be daytime so I can see what's going on? It's always night during cutscenes whenever I do them. /day command, please.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
Oh, I totally would, Tim.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady.
Before we introduce this character, thank you, Overseer USA. Very much. Ever and always, I appreciate it. If you know what you want to put that sub towards, do please let me know. Thank you.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugane and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Because, of course, Lolorito would A, have an actual established company already here, and B, would have a vested interest in making sure that we are taken care of. Remember, Lolorito is not stupid.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
Civ 6, you got it, Overseer. Thank you.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon. If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you?
Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lodorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
There's anything wrong. I got my sword. Also, can I just share a joke that was shared with me really quick? So, let's say Alphino is like, blah, 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 and gives a false dichotomy. And Alize is like, that's a false dichotomy. And then Alphino says, listen, we have to embrace false dichotomies because the only alternative is cannibalism. What are these? What do you... I don't... What are magic prisms? If I've ever seen this item before, I think I've deleted it. So what is it? Firework. Speaking of, let's just discard some things out of my inventory here. Discard, discard. Just get rid of these cards. Discard is gone. Discard. Uh-oh. Rax is wanting to fight. Fear not! My sword is much cooler. And that's how these fights are you know, done, right? Oh, got it. FF5 reference. How long is this gonna be here? Why do I have... What are the... Oh, that's sushi! Sushi! Oh, dude, I would kill people for sushi right now. I would kill so many people for sushi. I'd kill everyone for sushi. Thank you. Well, you. Here, I'll go and... let's see. It would be rude to not have the stew first. I'll have the stew. Listen, Kata. Sushi, okay? Listen. I just need a little sushi. It's all I need. It's all I need. I don't trust him one bit, and neither should you. I dare say Alphino has met his match. Forgive me, the mere mention of the East Alderno Trading Company is enough to... Fine, truly, don't worry. Why are you here, Lise? No, really, I know we actually already mentioned this, like, and people in chat were already talking about this, but why is Lise here? You just reconnected with Girabania for the first time in however many years, and you're just trying to get that going, and why are you here, Lise? Anyways. I'm not even saying that as I don't like her. It feels weird, because she should be over there. But anyways. You must be Lore Runner, Slayer of Gods. Yep. Rider of Dragons. Yep. Savior of Ishgard. Yep. Stealer of Pants. Have I? I've done a lot of stuff. I knew it. May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I will make a point to follow the landmarks, if you'll be so good as to follow me. Why do people keep dying? You don't need to keep dying. I'm not the Lich King yet. Ever. Okay, I'm the Lich King. See, that sword's just terrible. Ugh. I spit upon it. Patui. Nah, it's such a cool sword. Which is this one, by the way? The one Rax has. And Mr. Red's dead again. I mean, it would make sense. You did roll a Dark Knight, so you must love dying. Ah, that's Exarchic. Okay. That makes sense. I've got several of those. Or had. Actually, it's past tense. I love this pose so much. This is actually one of my standard stances back when I used to do sword fighting. Anyways, I'm going to stop gushing about how awesome Samurai is for just a second. And avoid this convolcave of samurais. Hey, look, there's a lookout point up there that I'll never get. Alright, so. I do not like the cut of that man's jib. Note that our would-be host has elected to dress in local fashion. I say, what does that smell? Could it be... Yes, could it be possibly the scent of whispered secrets waiting to be overheard? Wait, seriously? Even the Aetherites look different here. Do they? Oh yeah, they do. Kinda. Oh good, it's gonna be daytime in like... 10 minutes, something like that. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. You are now standing in Tenkanto. Loosely translated, the name means the Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes a reference to an Aetherite which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from Charlayan, yet I trust the function identical. A diplomat and a scholar. Will wonders never cease. Far Eastern Aetherite technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Onishishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with utmost secrecy. I think you're over-moodring there. Okay, well, I'm just covered in death now. Well, I'd say happy birthday, but it's not your birthday yet! But I do hope you have a good birthday, since I assume you will not be spending it here. So, happy birthday in advance. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the Aetherite. Come along. Okay. Meanwhile, Maverick's just trying to flamethrow us all to death. Flamethrower. That is an is that... That's the Edward gear, isn't it? From Endwalker. Man, I mean, that just looks awful. I'm sorry. I really don't like any of the new suits other than the Rydia one. Yeah, there's the Edge one. Yep. And then there's a really just bonkers one for Tank. Yeah, that one. Just, oh my god, that is awful. Good lord. Don't make a scene in neutral zones. Mudra! Alright. Should probably actually do the quest. It's okay, the sun's coming up. Well, I haven't seen all the armor yet, just the 4 basics. Just look at all the garish designs. Not fond of subtlety, are they? Is that a theater over there? This isn't garish. You want to see garish? I can show you garish. No sign of Gosetsu or Yugiri. Not that I expected to stumble on them like that. That would have been nice. He's still in my heart. Yes, it's the market, Tataru. Get very well acquainted with it. Well, I would expect no more of a bustling port. I just don't like the mono designs, and I never have. That's what I don't like about the Cecil armor. We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kogane, excuse me, Dori. Kugane, as you're doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold, so this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or Kogane, are earned by local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Greater fortune and lesser fortune. Now you're speaking my language. Oh, a kindred spirit! What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Hancock of the East Alderno Trading Company. Are you with clients today? Oh yeah, by the way, did you catch how the city is one zone instead of two? This is the first time. I actually have shown that off already, but I just wanted to refresh everyone on that because it's good. My fittest Master Caton, pray allow me to introduce you my esteemed guest, but recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Your sincerity is as ever appreciated. As he says, I am Caton of the Hakuchi clan. It is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kogane. We accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean Gil are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Really, Reggie? That's funny. I mean, it makes sense. The two-city thing has never been something I've been a fan of. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potable. Here you'll find them all and more. Could they merge the previous zones? Yes, but it would actually be a lot of work. Like a lot of work, really. What they would have to effectively do is take a chunk of... so they would have to take the existing zone, change its core values, or actually make a whole new zone with better core values and core features, and then copy-paste the existing two zones into the new zone. But it's not that simple, and that would take a lot of work and time and effort, so... the manager and me would be like, deprioritize. Because, yeah, the only way you could really make that work is to make Gridania a zone on a new server. Cluster is actually probably a better word, but the point remains. So every time you enter the Gridania city, you'd actually technically be going over here, and then you go back, and so forth and so on. This is exactly what WoW did in BC, if you're paying attention. Don't think I haven't memorized every detail of that street. There's at least half a dozen shops that will soon be enjoying my custom. We're actually quite far from the docks now, aren't we? This place is bigger than I thought. Yeah, it's almost like it's one zone. District up ahead has a different air about it. Where to next, I wonder? Ah! Okay, whatever. We may pause here for a moment. The road leads to Ijingai, the district in which Ijin, or foreigners are permitted to reside. Would this also be where foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it'll not be all that unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With that in mind, I encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want physical altercations. After all, such spats are strictly forbidden, because this is the neutral zone. The Sekisagumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation, although to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they're just executed on the spot. Cut down that in there. You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, the samurai are a humorless lot. I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of the Sekizumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. I don't want to think about that. So as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves in the matter of the late Teleji Aleji. He's dead! He's dead! It's so funny! How I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Garlean consulate. What? That's if I've ever need to cheer myself up, I just say, "Alegi, alegi." He's in pieces. All right. Sure, Reggie. What's the joke? Alegi. Okay, that's actually funny. That's close enough, savage. Oh, I'll kill you. Oh, sorry. Right. No physical altercations. Gotta remember, I'm not a Star Destroyer. It's hard to get used to that mentality. Compared to the Hingan architecture, this seems drab and uninspired. Yeah, it's the Garleans. Or mayhap I had simply had my fill of Garlean aesthetics. Danger, excitement, intrigue. Some might call it unwise to loiter outside the gates of the hostile Empire's consulate. And I'm chopped in half. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are the uniforms not so different from the ones you see in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find such variations exist, often inspired by local designs. All of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. Oh yeah, I should show that off. Because it should look familiar. Let me turn into my dancer for just a second. Let me... set up a glamour thing for this because I didn't have room. Yeah, I didn't. Hang on. So, him might look a little bit familiar. This is the dancer outfit I've been using. Pretty much the whole game. And it is, yeah, anyways. There we go. Isn't that the elf that killed Gaius? Nah, I wouldn't worry about it. Everything's fine here. Everything's fine. Just, don't stress, you know? Don't stress. Oh, wow, there's 3 guards here now. Like, well, which one's Maverick? Yeah, I actually have that on my bar right here, too. For the Empire! But not this Empire. Your Empire stinks. I can make a better Empire. Just saying. There's so much more I would speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district. Raise eyebrow. But you're doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let's retire to the company offices. Hell, even the Gestalian Empire is honestly better than the Garlean Empire, as it's portrayed in several instances. And I mean that. Then again, perhaps the Gestalian Empire would be worse if it had as much exposure as the Garlean Empire does. Because, I mean, FF6 was a SNES game. I dare say we could travel to Mercidia or the New World and find a man like Hancock waiting for us. The unmistakable scent of wealth and power. I only have 3 million gil on me, though. Even though it feels just out of place at the Garlean consulate, it's still more comforting. No denying this place is built for Ul'dah. Yeah, that's another reason why FF6 is last on my list to proper remake someday. Because I don't just want to take FF6 and make it better. I want to take FF6 and make it more. At long last, we arrive at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices. We have much to discuss, so I'll refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way. Don't worry, it'll be as bad as FF13. Sorry, that's a dumb joke. Voice acting? I can't remake Lufia 2, it's too perfect. Like the Lolorito statue.
Thaumaturges took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify, then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed. Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Auri Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Really?
Forgive me. This calls for a map. We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory.
Good mafia.
Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I'm told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
I frickin' smile. He's super trustworthy. No, it's a different Doma. Oh, this place takes me back. It reminds me of the workshop of an Uldan lapidary I once served. He was not exaggerating when he spoke of their ward's efficacy. Whoever wove them did so with consummate skill. I'm not sure how I imagined our time in the Far East unfolding, but it definitely didn't involve Uldans. Especially not these Uldans. Whatever works. I must confess, I'm an avid collector of all things Eastern. See for yourself, I insist. I don't think this is Eastern, but, you know, whatever. Oh no, I think Lolorito is sincere, quote unquote, in so much as I think that Lolorito very, very much wants to be in good with the Warrior of Light and the Scions of the Seven Dawns. Or Seventh Dawn, excuse me. Because, yeah. Because he's not an idiot. Though I'm reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us. I do not intend to disappoint them. Cashel is correct. Renewed Alamigo and pushing out As weird as it may sound, the Garleans are bad for trade. Because the Garleans are Romans. If you don't understand, just don't worry about it. But for those of you who do, you know what I mean, like historically speaking. So, Garleans are bad for trade. Pushing out Garleans, bringing up new areas, which brings up new markets and new workforce, and that's just wealth right there. It would seem insufficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Euclid and Gussen's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast Schlorp. Our net wider. Split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Indeed, Tatara would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. In anticipation of such an eventuality, I've made some sketches on the journey. Look, it's a long journey, okay? Those are pretty good sketches, actually. Looks like it's you and me, Lore. Let's step outside. My sword arm is ready. Tataru, if Hancock does anything, kill him. Alright, so. There's a lot of people here to visit the East Aldernau Trading Company. Look at all this. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in line. Elise, let's get out of here. Let's leave. Yes, I've seen the sketch. I just looked at the sketch. What? What do you want? Do I really have to? Okay, fine. Yes, I just saw the sketch. You just showed it to me. Anyway, so we visit the Karaku on the on-something? On-soon? On-san? On-sen? That's it, on-sen. Alright. Uh-oh. They're coming to kill me. They're coming to kill me. They'll never take me alive. Whoa! Okay. I'm pretty sure they're not following me now. It's okay. I have a flawless disguise. I am but a humble fisher. Ah, yes, they'll never see me now. Yes, I did, Cardboard Golem. I shall continue to ignore it. For that is the most honorable thing I could possibly do. Ah! Hello, complete stranger I've never seen before. Come one, come all. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there is naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. What's that in your hand? It's my sword. But that's not what you mean. This Auro and Rogadin. 1,000 apologies, I cannot help you. It's against our policy to indulge information regarding patrons, past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. We have a reputation to consider. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy, discretion. We have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisagumi can demand otherwise. I am sorry, there is naught I can do. I suppose we'll just have to go somewhere else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? But, Kaze, was it? So, now, would that be pronounced Lored? Or just Lord? And it's just spelled weird. By the way, the next quest, which I'm amused by, is called It's Probably a Trap. Welcome, traveler. Rice wine, exceptional quality. No, thank you. You got any sake? Which I also hate. No. Let's see. If I may, I'd answer your question with a few of my own. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended. You're familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea? Doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet? Yes. I see. And are you familiar with the ways of the Hingashi? How we like to stand apart, support no cause but our own. Yes, I get it. You're the fricking people in Gotor. Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kagane is open to Ijin. We are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept such fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking after us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The two individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here and sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I'll provide the names of the captains if you like. Thank you. And yes, Cashel got the joke. Thank you, Cashel. I've had a few types of sake in my life. They're not my thing. And I don't like alcohol in general, but sake is very much not my thing. The only thing more not my thing is bourbon. Ugh. You ever had real bourbon? Just because, wow, that's a burn right there. Yes, they had chatted. Don't know the woman, but the man approached me. I told him to go to hell. Okay, thanks. Let's see. I should answer some questions while we try to find these stupid people. Let's see. Why does Kingdom Hearts Cloud version suck when they make The Witcher 3 an awesome port? Because people are stupid. I mean, it's such an obvious answer, isn't it? The reason why is because some companies put different amounts of effort into things. Is that a warrior outfit? It is warrior. Than other companies do. Some people just want a quick and dirty buck. Some people want to put out a good product. Some people want both. And some people want neither. I say it looked warrior-ish, and obviously you had the axe on, but I should have clarified. I was asking if that was an artifact suit, which clearly it is. Funny how we still call it that from FF11. Let's see, questions. A story moment in a game that people love that you think is a net negative. question. Persona 5 being too long. There you go. What? It's not over here? God damn it. I hate these quests. Stop doing these quests, Square, please. Please. Just stop it. Just stop it. Sure, Mr. Red, if you want to grind your face off on Brave-Lox's and, let's see, it's Totorak, Brave-Lox's, and Vigil over and over and over and over again, by all means. Ha! Maybe. Maybe. Yes! Oh, thank God. Listen, I ain't here to judge, Mr. Red, but you're insane and evil. No, we no longer offer passengers. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. If it's women you seek, the Pleasure House has plenty. That's not... Okay. Question. So what game company would benefit the most from being swallowed up by EA? Ubisoft. I mean that. What game company would EA benefit the most from? Ubisoft. Alright, let's see. Do I think they could make more interesting true solo content if they... this one. If they gave player actions to mimic other roles, thus a DPS would get temporary tank and healing abilities, etc. Or would this be too confusing to have two different move sets and then you lose them for no good reason? So, I get where you're going with that, and there's ways to do that, but no, that would be an absolutely terrible idea. There are better ways to accomplish the same objective. The Echo is a good option. The easy difficulty is a good option. There are other ways you can do that without forcing the player to suddenly have another bar, you know, a PvP bar, if you will, that functions differently every time they go into a solo instance. Including the roleplay system. It's ironic. How did... Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have better luck than I did. Nope. It's probably a trap. Oh, wait, I just remembered. There was something on my list. I meant to... He's a Namazu. Whatever that means. Yeah, let's go see what the Namazu are. Yes, Ross. Yes. Yes. Okay. Give me your horseradish or I will kill you. Where is this stupid thing? Where's this? Is it up? Is there an up? There appears to be an up. Questions. Excuse me. So here's the worst race of the game. I'm not much for genocide, but if we wiped out the Namazu, it'd probably be a good thing. What? Why do you stare? Do you have business with me? Yep. Here's my sword. By the 12, a talking fish. Yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Ejin. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once, but only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never... You're Gyoto, right? My name's Lise. This is Laura. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see. Both are ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. What's one... Oh, I didn't mean to unmute that early. God damn it, why isn't this voice acting? For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? Yeah, I can totally pay. 1 sword. Where would you like it? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataro will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? Lease? Never buy anything for me. Ever. We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Can we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We'll meet again at sunset on Tasagare Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring many gil. Yes? Yes, all the gil. They're greedy scumsuckers, you know. They must all die. I'm just saying. Just all of them. All of them. I don't think there is such a thing as a game with too much voice acting, so I shall pass on that question, because I don't think that's such a thing. There's a game with bad voice acting, there's a game with too little voice acting, but I don't think there's such a thing as too much. Favorite live buttons for tanks in this game? Home gang! No, it just had bad voice acting. You wouldn't believe some of the things you can find down at the markets. We're spoiled for choice here. Welcome back. We ourselves returned just a moment ago. Hope my information was of value. Oh, thank God, Pretzel. I've never done the Namazu. In fact, I've never unlocked the Namazu. We spoke a number of merchants and captains at the South Pier. Several recognized Gosetsu and confirmed he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Author. No one made mention of Lady Yugiri. Yeah, same story for us. And then you'll not believe what happened. We met a totally reliable person who we're going to smack in their frickin' stupid face. At least I will in my dreams. Just wish I could stab them. Just keep stabbing. And then I get sushi for stabbing him. It's like win-win, really. Stupid's what I call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but it's not what troubles me most. Gyoto and his brethren are not known for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. I mean, we all know the Namazu would be most delicious to eat. As for serving, I think grilled. Maybe with, like, some stuffed Parmesan, something like that. I suppose it's possible Gosetsu made inquiries by himself and only called him on Yugiri once he found a willing captain? It is equally possible, if not more likely, you're being deceived. Don't forget there are parties present in Kugani with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master. They really want her to step on them. Fine, you may be right about him, but if Gyoto's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yugiri or Gosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about. But if he betrays us, we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. Please. Very well, prepare for the worst. Once more, I should caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs. Even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you, the Sekizumi will... Oh my god, that's such a hard word. Sekisaigumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? Alright. Let's do it. Let's kill everyone. I mean, subdue everyone. Anybody who watched D&D last night knows I can punch people very hard without killing them. God, that was... I hate to gush or brag. But that was probably one of my finest moments in D&D. That was wonderful. I accomplished all my objectives. Beautifully. Okay. What would I do if I was the Garleans and, you know, Balsar's Wall happened? Well, the first thing I'd probably do is immediately mobilize for war against Eorzea. Second thing I'd probably do is crush Eorzea like a bug. What? Ignoring the fact that that's an obvious Casus Belli, more to the point, there's a lot of reason to say, you know what, this needs to be dealt with at that point. At least. It's a trap, isn't it? We may as well stop kidding ourselves. Yeah, it's probably a trap. It's okay, I've got my loyal bodyguards. Oh no, they're not here! One weakness, being alone. Trap time.
He's late.
Trap time. It's okay. I've got my best outfit. Best transmog, rather.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
Got it. One sword right through the forehead. Or whatever qualifies as your forehead. Let's see. Questions. Some of these I've already answered.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me. These ones are for Doma.
No, it's a trap.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, yes. Just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
That is, not joking, probably the best thing Lys does in the entire game. I'm not actually exaggerating about that. Like, even the sigh beforehand was just... Alright, whatever. Oh, right, I don't have that ability at this level. Damn it! Okay, what abilities do I have at this level? Like this? I do! Hey!
Bloody places.
As expected, they've caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind away and do a stealth mission. I remember having issues with this. I don't remember why. Actually, I hate fish sticks. But still. Alright, I'll just go this way. Bonk. Oh, right, I'll just go this way. Bonk. Oh god, it's the Sekigasuga. Can I please do this thing? Please let me still. Hey, there we go. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright, a stealth mission with no abilities to do stealth other than the bombs, and no indicators of whether or not you're being detected. This should be very easy and simple and smooth with no problems whatsoever. I should have just put a ninja for this. Yeah, no set destination. I'm pretty sure at least one of the reasons I had issues with this was I got lost at a certain point. In fact, I could probably even point out exactly where it is. I say get lost, but, you know, I wasn't sure where to go. It was over there, I'm pretty sure. And by over there, I mean when we get there from this way. Okay. Okay, we got a couple of these. No, didn't quite get as far as I wanted to, but that's okay. Maybe. Oh yeah, yep, no. Well, now what? Well, we'll go this way. Hey! Okay, so I unironically like these guys a lot. The turtles. The Ninja Turtles. He's also slimy and can do with a bath. Sorry, Elise. Yeah, the Kojin. I couldn't remember if that was their name or their species, but whatever. These folk. Hi. Yeah, unlike the Namazo, who are going to just wipe out, the Kojin are cool. Alright, I need volunteers to genocide the Namazu. Anybody, as a reminder, any Namazu you kill, you get to keep and eat, as you wish.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Sure, Pillager Snow. Just for you, though.
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Kojin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
For foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me, they cannot have gone far.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Seki Segumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisegumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
And you mine.
Okay. My throat's still like, no, I hate you. You talk too much. The Wikosian are of the sea. We often come ashore to sell our wares and peruse your markets. It is my hope an arrangement with the East Aldenard Trading Company will help us to more quickly obtain the treasures we seek. Yeah, frankly, I think they'd trade with Voidsent too. If they could do it safely. All things considered, that went rather well. Thanks to Soroban, that is. No denying they were Imperials, same uniforms as the one outside the consulate. You're doubtless wondering why the objectively green-hued friend here calls himself Kojin of the Blue. The answer's quite fascinating, really. Kojin language has many similarities with Ancient Hingan, you see, and in Ancient Hingan the read for green, Ao, can mean green or blue. Although I do the word disservice by even attempting to translate it, so steeped in meaning it is. Why they like to keep calling themselves blue in modern times, anyone guesses, but I, for one, would have much preferred Kojin of the Ao. But that one theory posits they prefer the sound of the word blue when spoken. And others they are physically incapable of distinguishing between the two, which would have interesting implications in their everyday lives. I'm still annoyed he tried to deceive us, but you were awesome. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I have to give a story plus for that. It still gets a chuckle out of me to this day, and it's a good scene. It's even well choreographed and well, animated, so... I don't even remember which one. What was the name of the guy she just kicked? Namazu Jackass? Gyoto. Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No, more boots? All my secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Yigosetsu. Every last detail. And if I find out later you lied to me... No more lies. Clear unvarnished truth. You have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, it's only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the Garleans. You mean you let him into a trap, as you did us, because you're an Imperial spy. No, I'm no spy. I'm business. Fewer ships pass through Kugane these days, and we've struggled to make ends meet. So when the Garleans offered a bounty for any dolmens found in Kugane... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy. You're a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need to have a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Oh, such cruel, vicious tongue you have. He would not go quietly. No, no. Blades were drawn, men were cut down. That's when the Sekisegume came. They took the samurai away. Hold on a moment. You told me the injured they arrested the other day was Gosetsu? Oh, had I but known! If he's in the custody of the Sekisegume, I need only see that the requisite funds find their way to the right hands, and your friend will walk free. As it is in Ul'dah, so it is in Kugane. But given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. We'll make a pragmatist of you yet, Master Alphino. Yeah, it's bribes make everything better, and also worse. I have never laid eyes upon the sacred treasures of Eorzea. My heart fair trembles with excitement at the thought. I didn't think to include bribes when I was calculating our budget for the trip. Yeah. I'm glad we finally learned what happened to him, but we really need to stir all that trouble to do so. I hope I never have to carry a Namazu again. He's not heavy, but God, the smell! One of these days I may just punch that man in the face. I have given everything you asked for, yes, yes. There's no need for me to remain your prisoner, yes? You're right. There is no reason for you to remain my prisoner. You're free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official, but if you'd rather wait for Gosetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. I wouldn't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it'd be best if at least Laura and I joined you. What about Gyoto? I'll keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Gosetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Suraban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for immediate departure. As you wish. Everything is in order. Let's be off. The Sekisegume barracks is to the north. Yes, we're here to ensure that the oh god, what's the typical bribe one? It's like the policeman's ball or something like that. God, I can't remember now. I'm terrible. I can't think of anything today. It's funny because I've actually, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I feel like I've been doing a really good job of analyzing the game. I've literally thought of 2 things I never thought of before. Just really dissecting the game, but I just can't seem to think of any other words right now. No. It's like, it's an old, not quite joke here in the States, where people will bribe cops by donating to the local, like, cop barbecue fund or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, no, we want to make sure that that barbecue goes really well. Here's some money for that. Oh, Hancock is as good as his word. Looks a bit fancy for a barracks, right? Oh, I need to jot down Hancock if I haven't already. Which I haven't. The Union Widows and Orphans Fund, yeah. The Police Benevolence. Yeah, you get the idea. I say it's not quite a joke because it actually does and has happened in real life, but obviously the joke is to take it to the extreme of, oh yeah, no, here. Got to make sure that that kegger you're throwing next week really goes off well. Here's several $1 million. So wait outside the barracks. Okay, I can do that. Well, on the plus side, we're hitting the Ruby Sea today. Just pretty good progress, actually. Like, that's literally the next quest. You said it wouldn't take long, right? Because it feels long to me. Calm down, Lisa. Everything's going to be alright. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we'll leave them to it. Okay. God, could you imagine just walking in and just... Here, pretend these Kleenexes are, you know, money. Just, here! That's just it. That's the bribe. Listen, classic game lover. They know that they'd die if they did. Also, they don't really have a good description of me. And, the end, I suppose. Everything's fine, probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen. At least, why would you say that? Exactly, Rax. You know, that's a good point, though. This sword is perfect for Namazu.
How about you?
Gosetsu.
Was that? That was Gosetsu. I'm sure of it.
Lise.
He's in trouble.
Lise.
Lise, wait.
I suppose we should follow her then.
Victory to the samurai!
How many is that now? 10 in a row?
Gosetsu!
Oh, this is a surprise! What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
Explain.
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisagumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Oh, you mean him. Right, sorry. I'm just over here.
Ah. And we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
Don't look at me. Honestly, I can see Gosetsu using a bow, but I don't think that weapon exists in this game, so... It was not for naught, at least. Our friend in the Sekisagumi is willing to consider this an investment of sorts, a payment against future misunderstandings. To be honest, I wish I'd seen that fight. Just when I think I've heard everything. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me, Maverick. I need to order Chipotle for tonight. Well, maybe I should wait for tomorrow. I'll wait for tomorrow. I must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of me. There's no need for that. We had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. You were taking a ship to Doma, yes? It just so happens we found a willing captain. Oh, what fortune! Well, we will tell you about it at the captain's office, company offices. Alphino and Totaro are waiting for you there. I'm actually curious if the Ugly Burger is available right now online. They update their online thing really slowly. So it takes forever for sandwiches and stuff to be added to the list. Looks like it is not. Pity. Yeah, Ugly Burger. Look it up. Good night, Tim. Alright, now to answer all of Tim's questions. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. I do have two of Malikor's questions. I have a Cashel question. Cashel's not here either. Let's see here. I've also got an Overseer USA question. Oh, I missed that one earlier, and Overseer USA is probably not here either. Damn it! I answered Ross's question. Classic game lover, neither. If you had to live in any Final Fantasy world as a normal person, so we'll assume tier 2, which would you pick? I don't know, what would you all pick? Yeah, exactly, Bragman. No, silly idea. Hence tier 2. You don't get adjusted to the setting, like in tier 3. You, vile fiend, malevolent trickster, how kind the kami are to grant me vengeance so soon. But first, I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You're about to be angry, good sir. Gladly I would return your coin had it not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Settling aside the matter for a moment, where's Lady Yugiri? Is she not traveling with you? For a time, but we parted ways some time ago. Better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien. I was thinking about FF9, but then I realized that I kind of like, modern conveniences, so that kind of limits me to 12 and 10-2. Lord Hien. Yeah, he's a crap character. I mean, he's a great character. He's a crap character. He was a passionate voice for the cause of the Dome of Liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. I wouldn't want to live in 8 because 8 is actually a really messed up setting, and I would rather die than live in FF15 because FF15 is literally doomed. Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him, the might of the 12th, we had no chance. Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. 7 is also too messed up to live in. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war. And then one day in a fierce battle we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new Viceroy, Yosetsu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There's naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien. Thank you. I believe that makes matters a good deal clearer. It should please you to not learn we have come to aid the Dome and Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow their imperial oppressors. Allow me to join you. My inquiries here bore no fruit, hence my desire to return to Authard. Once there, I can lead you to the headquarters in Yangshan, where we should be reunited with Yugiri. Maybe not all. Alphino's talents would seem better applied here in Kugane, doubtless working with Totaro and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There is a Garlean embassy just down the road, after all. Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence. I should be glad to accompany you all, and as a soldier in the field, so to speak. Come now, brother. A competent commander assigns soldiers tasks best suited to them, as you of all people should know, and you are so good at espionage and intrigue. We must all serve each in our own way. Fine. Ugh. Sorbonne is waiting at the pier. Have fun! Oh yeah, FF13 is completely out of the cards because holy crap! Also, it's just Earth. Spoilers. Yes. It is literally post-apocalyptic. Why is that even a question? Yeah, they don't appear to have ugly burgers here either. I really hope they add them to the menu at some point, but we'll see. I know Alphino can hold his own in a fight, but he is plainly suited better to more cerebral tasks. Surely I'm not alone in thinking that. This one's smaller than the Misery. A lot smaller. Where is it? Ah, Kojin, Captain. A fine choice. Only Confederate sailors rival their knowledge and skill. I've been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? After you, my shelled friend. If you insist, with me, everybody. The Ruby Sea awaits.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun.
Oh, hey, there's heaven on high. Don't think about it. I mean, everyone likes Donatello the best. And so do I.
A shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard,
Worse. Torghast, but worse.
struggled in vain.
I will. You can bash WoW all you want, but I will accept no slander here. Anyways, Overseer USA did ask, what is this mount? Oh my god, it's the most horrifying mount in the universe. Alright, I need to kill all of these people. I did, Pretzel. Especially since they showed off in the cutscene. So, Overseer does ask a question. Would you recommend the Pixel Remaster to someone who's never played Final Fantasy VI before? Unfortunately, the answer is I don't know. I haven't played the Pixel Remastered, nor do I have any immediate plans to do so. That being said, it's probably the best legal way to play a version of FF6 that has a good translation. So by that virtue alone, it's probably the best bet, yes. Alright. Cleaning up the question log here a little bit. I already answered that one. Classic Game Lover asks, which FF has the best voice acting? 7 Remake. FF7R1. That's not even a question. Like, that is absolutely not a question. The FF7R remakes, the FF7R1's voice acting is really, really, really good. Like, those are the voices of those characters from now on, as far as I'm concerned. Somewhere in the water is Yugiri and Gosetsu's homeland. Why are you here again, Lise? Woe betide any enemy foolish enough to attack by land. Now, if the Garleans were bringing airships, the Hingans built this island as a bulwark against invasion and filled it with enough cannons to sink an armada. That's not a lot of cannons, I gotta be real. How wide and beautiful she is, the Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventures and treasures. Wonderful! Wonderful treasures, yes. Ooh, treasures. Sorry. In order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters before you. However, this is easier said than done. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel and your life should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by paying the Ruby Tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the Pirate Lord. So let's go greet them. Okay. Oh, we just swim. Excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. You've just volunteered everyone for swimming, but, I mean, that's okay. I've got a flying mount. Which one? Oh my god, it is! Actually a ghost Namazu. As it should be! I will end this Namazu's torment. Yeah! Okay. Sorry. Oh my god, it jingles while it moves. What in the world? I'm guessing that's the Beast Tribe mount. At a guess. Right. This should be easy and a good way to loosen up before the next fight. When a Gil says I beat you there. First of all, you set off before me. Second of all, I have a flying mount. I know. I didn't have it when I did this. So yeah, there's a better shot of the Heaven on High. It really does go up rather up there. Just don't think about it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. 15 million. Wow. I could afford a check of that. Not bad. We'll call it a draw. Oh, come on. Not that I'm everything against this occasional dip in the ocean, but diving on a whim is a bit... Lease. What What spirits you have to delight in this simple joy so readily. There you are. I trust you enjoyed yourself. Follow me, my friends. We must meet with a person over here. And kill them. Let's see. My questions here for a second. I want to make sure I'm kind of cleared up on the Tim questions, of which I have several. Valerian says, if you could resurrect one dead JRPG franchise and be put in charge of it, which one would it be? Oh, God. Help me out here. So we've got Breath of Fire, we've got Lufia, we've got the Mana series, we've got the Suikoden's, we've got the Chronos. If you could call it that a franchise, I don't know if that counts. Parasite Eve would count. Yeah, I'd say Parasite Eve counts. There's actually a lot of dead franchises. Even if you just limit it to JRPGs, there's a lot. Crap, I don't have to try to think about this. What are you writing? I've decided I no longer want to know what you're writing. I probably wouldn't pick Chrono. I think Chrono Trigger works fine as it is, a self-contained game that frankly doesn't actually need a sequel. Don't mistake me, I feel the desire for a sequel as much as anybody because Chrono Trigger actually ends with a huge dangling plot thread. But, you know, I'd have to acknowledge Chrono Cross, and that's just something I can't abide. So I gotta let me master my job really quick. There we go. And where's my sushi? Sushi! Alright, let's do this. After you have the advantage of me. Most honorable and esteemed Lord Runner, I am Tensui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. And you are in the company of the Shellback. I assume we have business to discuss. Well, yes, actually. Tex's pool of tribute is going to be our next thing overall, and that will absolutely not be today. Is that just a puffball? Why are you in a puffball? Explain yourself! Alright, as much as Suikoden is very tempting, and I'm sure, you know, Savacom, if she were here, would insist I take Suikoden. As much as Lufia is tempting, and I'm sure if Ross was here, he'd insist I take Lufia. I think I'd actually be most tempted by Mana. I feel like there's a lot of potential with the Mana series that they never capitalized on because they made a bunch of terrible, terrible sequels. Like, so much of the lore of the Mana series is completely unexplained. It's there. You know, the entire concept of Mavolia and the nature of how the 8 elements work and combine with each other and the cycles, and there's some really cool stuff there. And frankly, it's also something I think I could design better because it's, you know, it's based around the concept of being a co-op ARPG, which I'm pretty sure I could handle. But anyways, my next pick would probably be Suikoden, just because I really want to dig my teeth into that story, especially from a political perspective, and really jump into the tactics of it. The Mother franchise is done. It's not a dead franchise, it is a concluded franchise, and there's a difference. I would never touch Mother again. It's done. Some things decisively conclude and should. It's actually kind of a rare blessing that we actually have a series that manages to end in such a proper way without having, you know, to die. Or have a terrible ending, Mass Effect. So, you wish to pay Ruby Tithe, yes, with your gil? Just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage over. Does this sum meet your satisfaction? Sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely unless you tripled it. You take me for a fool? I know the price, as do we all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should not need think to tell you that. Shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters in our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning? Sir, the bastards are at it again. I tried to get them to stop, but they weren't having it. I'll be there shortly. A proposition. Your comrade strikes me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban, but so I shall consider their tithe paid, not for what they've done, but for what I expect they will do. Ho 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 ho! What's he and the other pirate talking about? Maybe I ought to go have a look. Yeah, translation. Kick out the Garleans. I actually agree with that, Valerian. Granted, I would probably take Suikoden in the path of the plot arc that was curried across 1, 2, and 3, and arguably 5. And, you know, conclude the story arc that, excuse me, the plot arc that was just abandoned, whatever. We need to see the holy place I can't think of the name of. You know, the one that's in the background of every single game. If I could resurrect any franchise, period. Harmonia, that's it. Red. With Garleans.
Gentlemen, I'm told you were most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pirate. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
A sailing vessel. How did it just start and stop on a dime like that?
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting Viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Lise.
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat. And the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory, or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
I think we're about to meet Yosutsu.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put us here at once!
Oh yeah, by the way, Gosetsu is actually taller than me. That's impressive, isn't it?
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
So, they don't really care what happens to Doma? I can't believe that. At least you're stupid. Doma's but one of many provinces under Imperial control, filled with people who have had to find ways to cope with bitter reality. We're waiting for... Come on, Sorbonne cannot have gone far. Though, now that I think on it... Look at that, he's almost a head taller than me. Jesus, I need to be that big. Yes, let's go. He's that tall. I must be even taller. Even taller. Yeah, no, that her actual dialogue is, so they don't really care about what happens to Doma. I can't, and I refuse to believe that right there. Taller! Taller, Luke! Honestly, you know who Lise reminds me more of than Barrett? Dine. Also from 7. Alright, time to do some fates. Wait. It's ironic. I think objectively... wrong word. I think in terms of review, Lise might actually lean more towards being a negative. Even though I don't really remember having that many issues with her. I'm sure he has his reasons for his odd behavior. Trust requires honesty. Oh, a friend's 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my Red brothers. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. You understand? Oh, Kami be praised. Too often our shell is quick to judge all Kojin for the deeds of one. What? Judging an entire group of people for the actions of a few? We would never do that. I would never do that. Right now. Now, let's go kill all the Namazu. I shall return to the ship and prepare for departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirates here, I pray you do so now. Oh, that reminds me. Would you be so kind as to inform the Confederate of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less likely we are to be mistaken by another vessel. Yeah, sure. So I should clarify that sentence a little bit. It just occurred to me. You know who Lise really reminds me of? And I don't mean this like in an insulting way, like the dying coming. No, who she actually reminds me of? Nymphilia. Oh, you're from the engine from the beat. Leaving already? No need to pay the tithe, like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to peruse our wares, we'd be glad to sell it to you for fair price. Yeah, sure. Now, I should clarify that sentence a little bit. I mean that up to the end of 4.0. So ignore the patch content for just a second. Just 4.0. And look at Lisa's character across 4.0. Even if we need not fear the Confederacy, there's no telling what manner of Imperial presence we'll find waiting for us. We must be careful. Next time, Orthard and Doma. What are we standing around for? Did you not hear what Tensui said? The Viceroy must be stopped. You have spoken to the Confederates? Excellent! Let's get going. We need to meet... Yeah, sorry, I should keep my mouth shut. I apologize. Tensui said the Viceroy was holding court, did he not? Should Asari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Well, I know just the place. No, Ophelia actually has a character arc. Long last, I'm returned to my homeland. Does this count? Still have your bearings. I know it can be difficult when you're on water. It seemed silly to try to swim all the way here. At least this time. Yeah, we'll do it later. Oops. Here we are. I am reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. And with this, I believe I have fulfilled the terms of our agreement. Aye, that you have. You have our deepest thanks, Soraban. Truly, we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant. You're too kind, good sir. I know not where our path may lead, but I wish you the very best. Hope we will meet again. So we finally arrived in Orthard. All we need to do is liberate Doma. Yeah, that. Look, daunting though it is, we do have one thing in our favor, the element of surprise. Unlike in Garabania, the Imperials don't know we're here. Admittedly, that may be our only advantage, considering the Warrior of Light is suddenly not a Star Destroyer. God, at least have a depowering event? Oh my god. When Midgard took away the Blessing of Light, that would have been our depowering event. And then we make our way through Stormblood, no longer as a Star Destroyer, pulled down substantially in power. And that's why we spend all of Stormblood getting our way back up there on our own merits. The more I think about this, the more it makes sense. I smell ceruleum on the breeze. Yeah, you remember how that Blessing of the Light thing never actually mattered? In Heaven's Word? It would have made so much sense to slot that here. That's why we're so much on the back foot. Midgard took away that blessing. Ah. Yeah, okay, so...
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
Yeah, so I'm going to be 100% honest. I actually put the game down for like a couple days after this cutscene.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Over there, someone's coming.
It is she, sworn enemy of Doma, of my master. The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans. Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very Doma. What I wouldn't do for a drink. Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember? 'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You are free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should.
I like how the, I forget what they're called, the hair stabbers actually have bats on the end of them. See that up there? Right above the flower she keeps in her hair.
A resident of your village, one of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Korjin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane, but we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word. Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
Now, if we were a Star Destroyer right now, I hate to keep bringing that up. I'm not just saying it because of ego or preference or personality. Let's be very clear. Power is the ability to do. When you have power, you have more options at your disposal. That's the key point here. So, if we are as strong as we were at the end of Heavensward, even without the eye, then we should be able to go up there and do something about this. And I mean, there's some consequences that will come from that, but this is basically a surprise attack from hell, and there goes the Viceroy. No more issue. So you see why it's just kind of... Yeah, you see why more and more it's like, you know... I guess we're just going to have to mentally presume. That's stupid, Michael. No, not at all. It's just... It feels like someone just took a baseball bat to our power level's knees for a while, and we're just kind of hobbling here. Now, obviously, last time I picked We Will Show Them No Mercy, which is funny, but we'll go with the second option for now.
He's right. They would simply take the villagers hostage. We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. to say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself as a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive. They will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
That's not a great plan. In fact, that's actually a terrible idea.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to change.
This is a really, really stupid idea, Gosetsu. I believe you would make this decision, because you basically can't prevent yourself from doing this. But oh my god, dude.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lise, or the Wall. Let him go.
Why?
Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental. Something intrinsic. Something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Well now, this is a surprise.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
I'm actually having trouble thinking of someone more evil than Yotsuyu. I'd have to really think about that. And I'm not going to talk about her backstory right now. For obvious reasons. Yeah, Varys is mathematically more evil, but I don't buy that and I never have. I know. Everyone calls different things different levels and quantitudes of evil and blah blah blah. But for me, oh no, she's way worse than Xenos. No, I would say she is definitely worse than Varys personally. Again, by my judgment, by my just definition of evil. Vothri? I can't call Vothri evil, even in the same category. Yeah, exactly, Blade Turfall. Yeah, Xenos is apathetic. He doesn't give a damn. And Vothri is 5. I mean, you could argue that a 5-year-old is evil because they literally don't understand certain concepts and ideas, but, you know... And yeah, Xand is just a nihilist, just straight up, no, everyone must die, and blah, blah, blah. So, no, I would say no on him, too. So there's Heaven on High, which we will actually do at some point. It's starting to sound like Alpha. Next thing I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware. Poor Alizar. Doesn't look like it's been dead long. Whoever did this is a good shot. I can see a single stray arrow. Well, now someone's hungry. Wait, that wasn't you two, was it? Oh no, it's the most terrifying thing ever! Calm down, we had nothing to do with... What am I doing? They can't possibly understand us. Probably not, no. In case you doubted it, yep, she is a red mage. No, we're just counting FF14. That was the specific statement. Okay. Yeah, I got my 90 abilities here, so y'all can suck it. As weird as this may sound, I wouldn't put Kefka anywhere near as bad as Yotsuyu either, although that's a little bit of interpretation, but I stand by it. Oh, that went better than expected. This matchup would be taken by surprise. What a fine ending that would have been to our story. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume the people in the tower know to defend themselves. You'd have to, sharing an island with these things. Yeesh. Especially with Cashel over there. My goodness. Yeah, Kefka... Okay, let me go ahead and admit something that actually hurts me to admit this. Kefka is a better Xenos. I hate to compare one of my favorite villains of all time to one of my... to Xenos, but it's true. The biggest problem Kefka has, the core element of his character, is the same general thing. He feels nothing. Now, in Kefka's case, it's not boredom. It's not that he's super strong and he's just doesn't have any stimulation. It's that Kefka is just so absent sensation, and he's constantly trying to do something to engender some kind of response, so he just keeps escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating until he's got all the power of everything, and he finds nothing. It's still nothing. It's still worthless. It's still, he still feels nothing. That's why he's not even putting the effort into destroying the world by the end of the game, because he just doesn't care anymore. He did it all, and he failed. Kefka dies in silence, because what's the point? God, there was never any point. I don't know if you can see that, but on my FF6 poster there, the section that has Kefka's character thing, just has that quote. Anyway, sorry. But I'm bringing that up because I can't possibly put that on the same level as Yotsuyu. In terms of evil, at least. Obviously, once again, if we're talking math, Kefka's worse because Kefka has a bigger kill count. That's why I always call it that way, because some people perceive evil in terms of sheer math, quantity, who has done the worst bad. So, for example, if we pull that back to FF14, we know exactly who the most evil person is in this setting. I'm not even going to say who it is, but you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so, Gotsuyu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor. The same Confederacy that refuses to openly oppose the Empire. Great. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Oh yeah, Sephiroth is another good example of someone, the monster. No, who isn't really evil in any traditional sense of the word. In fact, if you're actually paying attention, a decent number of FF core villains are not really evil, you know? Like, okay, so, I mean, if you look at Kuja, for example, obviously there's a lot of narcissism and a lot of cruelty, but a lot of it is due to a total lack of understanding. Literal, malfunctioning kind of level understanding. You could see the same thing with regards to Sephiroth, you could say the same thing with regards to Kefka, and so forth and so on. I can name other examples, and we get really fleshed out by the time we get to, like, Arden and Vayne, for example. But, yeah, then there's Seymour, who is just whatever. I think we'll complete this quest, and we'll go ahead and chop here, because we're about to effectively start another story arc. Which, this is a good time to mention that, once again, we have another little story sequencing problem. Really pay attention to this. I know we just kind of go along with it. I myself have this problem. But I find it's helpful to occasionally sit back and really follow the structure of events to gauge how good as game story sequencing is. So, okay, we oh my god, the wall! Oh crap, okay, we're gonna go claim the wall, we're gonna get connection to them, and we're gonna help fight the resistance, and we're gonna do all this stuff, we're gonna get the resistance going, we're gonna see that... Oh god, Xenos is here, and he's crushed us like a bug. Okay. Let's go to Doma. Okay, so we're at Kugane now. Alright, cool. We're gonna bumble around for a little bit, get a little bit of culture, that's cool. And then we're going to manage to find one of the Kojin, like the Kojin, and go out to the sea, and now we're here, and here's another villain who's now been introduced, and we just lost a party member for no good reason. And now we're back at the Confederacy seeking help, and by the way, the next thing we're doing is we're going under the sea back to the Kojin. And you see what I mean by it's just kind of, and then the next thing happens. Like, there's not a really good logical thread connecting a lot of these events. It really does feel like it's like, Right? Yeah, it's a little feverish. Heavensward had a couple issues like that, but only a couple. For the most part, Heavensward unfolded rather naturally and logically. Each step, it's like, okay, we've discovered this, which means we undiscovered this, which means, oh, we've got this now. In fact, I actually gave a plus, if you remember, for the sequencing of Heavensward, because it kept doing this thing where each new layer gave us new information. And with the new information, it's like, oh, well, we've got to do this then. And that lets us reveal this. Oh, we've got to do this then. And Heavensward had this wonderful layering to its sequencing, which worked quite well. Whereas here, we're just kind of... We're falling down the stairs of the plot. That's us right now. I see. I trust you've not forgotten our previous conversation on the subject? No? Then what do you want? A second opinion? Very well. Come with me. I'll take you to see the captain. Just like that? How very accommodating. Leave it to me! I've always been good with people. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, there's a couple issues in Heavensward, but for the most part, it was very well sequenced. In fact, the patch content was too. The post patch content was up to 3.4, I want to say. Pretty much when we fought the Warriors of Darkness. Everything up to that moment was pretty logical and smooth and da-da-da. And yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and admit to my great dismay. Go ahead and hate me. Fling insults at me. It's okay. I deserve it for this. Stormblood is the only expansion I have skipped cutscenes in. At a certain point, I was just sick of it. At a certain point, I was just like, all right, come on. Yeah, I get it. I get where we're going with this. Let's go. Don't worry, I won't be doing it this time. Greetings, you must be Rashu, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize it's a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Oh, gods, I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand, we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. Men who revere matters of tradition can be found the world over, but not here. Your candor's appreciated. Speak your heart. Yeah, some of the few people Reese can talk to, simply. But no, I'm the one who explained all this. Gosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, I know not. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to no one, allies with none. When Doma was invaded 25 years ago, we did not rush to our defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Asari? The Garleans have long maintained a presence in this region. and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile though it be. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you could surely solve the matter. No, I'm not a Star Destroyer anymore. I'm a Karak. It is imperative that our presence here remains secret for as long as possible for us to openly engage them at this time would endanger everything we've come to achieve. You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Garleans declare war on the Confederacy? Hate is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality. Oh my god, he's dead! Ah, oh, man. I actually like the captain. Oh, there they are. Why are you doing? Okay, whatever. Wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Hey, Laura, I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Gosetsu told me to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're of the same mind. 'Tis little wonder they refused. We've done nothing to persuade them. The real work begins now. And so now we have to figure out how to convince the Confederacy to assist us so we can kick out the Imperials out of the local village so we can get past the village into Doma and actually get to our objective. You see the problems with this overall structure? Have I sufficiently elucidated upon this? Like, you see what's going on screen. It really does. It feels like we're being prevented from getting to the plot by aggravation. And I know what you're thinking. Well, FF4 did the same thing. Yeah, it did. I gave FF4 a negative for this. But there's no sacred cows here. Taking an interest in the ship? Good eye. She's not much to look at now. Once upon a time, she was a beaut. The Confederacy favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger vessels like this Sekibune only take part in major engagements. And not that we've had those recently, what with the Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. Wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? That doesn't work that way, Caspian. But you're right, maybe that was their intention. I don't know. I think he got one, or more accurately, he would get one, because FF4 is due for an audit run. So, Zemus wouldn't get a negative, because Zemus is actually hinted at. Zeromus would probably get a negative for being a space fleet from nowhere. Number of crates and barrels are stored here, however, most are empty. Like, there's build-up to Zemus, right? And then it's like, hey, I'm Zeromus! Oh. Okay. Hi. I'm voiced by Michael McConaughey! That's okay. Yeah, no, I think I'm just gonna officially codify this negative. We'll call this the 4.0. So, they have no intention to standing up to Yotsuyu. I don't know if you two got a different impression. I think it's coming to a head. Funnily enough, the Step storyline is probably going to be pretty legit when we get there, at least by memory. I agree. It's obvious they are struggling to survive, and that they blame the Imperials for recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it's inevitable they will come down to the conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down, they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove them they're not all talk, that they can be valuable allies in a fight. And what better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems? Yeah, so we're going to go do some side quests. Caught that. Bow. Looks like 4 side quests. Then we go do Kojin side quests. And then we fight Susano for no goddamn reason. Then we get on with it. I could see that, Canada Banks. It's not an uncommon tactic to go... You see the side quests on the minimap up there? It's not an uncommon tactic in game design to design a zone, to design artwork and the like, and then build gameplay around that. I mean, Susano's a good fight, and, I mean, lest you think I'm being too negative, as a reminder... Or is that the Byakko one? Wait, is that Susano or Byakko? Shit, that might be Byakko. Hang on. That's Byakko. Damn it! Which ones are the... I think I have a Susano weapon. No, I'm wrong. I didn't end up using any of these. Damn. Well, whatever. Susano's a good fight. It's a pretty legit fight. I'm anticipating positives there. So screw you. But I have 2 Byakko weapons because it's just so cool. Anyways. I was actually tempted by the Byakko samurai sword until this one was shown to me, I think by Uison Corp, and I was just like, oh my god, that is so legit. Because you see the trail they leave as you move the sword, that's just so awesome. Anyways. Oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea, Rax. Okay, so let's codify a little bit here. So I've jotted down some notes already. There has been some good stuff, lest you think I'm being too negative. We're definitely up to 10 positives. I have a lot of question marks, and that's only because I'm not sure how many positives characters like Tataru, or Hancock, or the Usage of the Echo, or Gosetsu, or Yugiri, or Alize, or Alphino, or Xenos we'll get. So a lot of that's in question mark. You can see if you look at the document, I'm down to 24 in the document. Negative-wise, I've only actually codified 3 story negatives so far. That's just kind of building its way up. Gameplay-wise, we haven't seen a lot of gameplay yet, so there's not much to cover there. We have covered music, the Siren Song C, and of course some quality of life changes. So that's, you know, gameplay-wise. Unfortunately, that we have seen several aspects of bad gameplay. Robon Extreme, the Xenos fight we've already talked about, Ether Currents, the low-level thing, and that's actually it. I've got another one being built up. So, I'm going to leave you with a bombshell. Tomorrow we'll continue the MSQ, of course, and we'll be doing Susano, for everybody who wants to join me for that. But I want to leave you with this bombshell. I think in 4.0, just 4.0, Xenos is going to be not only a positive, but multiple positives to story. Now you're probably thinking, lore, you've been saying for weeks, for months actually, that Xenos is going to be multiple negatives. I think he is, as soon as we hit the patch content. Now that should give away why I feel that way, but I'm not going to say anything else, and we'll see if that actually lines up to be true once we get there. Either way, I do hope, as always, you have enjoyed. It has been fun to dig into this, and it's been very, very fascinating to go ahead and deconstruct and analyze. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual. So, see you around.